And hello everyone. It's currently 10 a.m. on the East Coast. I'm Kirikin, and I'm here with Jacob Supreme, bringing you Week 6 of Nassau, and we
Bro,
have
you
two
got the
teams.
wrong script. It's EUSL today,
Oh,
unfortunately. Oh, I
wait,
guess
is it?
fortunately, never mind.
Oh,
We have the good fortune of waking up at the butt crack of dawn to commentate some sick. Wait, I had the wrong script too. This is EUSA. Okay, whoa. Okay, so we both kind of did an oopsie there, but all good. We are here with EUSA season. I don't know what season this is of
season
EUSA. I'm gonna be
4.
so season 4. They've been doing EUSA for as long as the USL. Okay, W. Okay, season 4 week. There's 10 weeks. It's the halfway. No, we are at the halfway point. This is week 6. Yes, money. Okay. Casters are locked today. But yeah, two. We got don't. What do we got? We got Don't Ask, and we got Bonk Atomic Punch. Two teams who've started the season pretty strong, and yeah, should be a relatively even matchup. Me thanks.
Yeah, our first map is going to be on the Gates Obscura, that we're going to get to the Taiko Temple, then Clarion as our finisher. I mean, three maps that, like, are very, kind of like Node, I don't know. Like, everyone plays these maps. It's kind of just in the pool for fun. And obviously, with Ask and Bonk, well, there are going to be a bunch of things happening actually. So, I mean, the biggest thing is I think Ask is fielding Lila this game, and Lila hasn't played a single game. I mean, they haven't been really playing in EU at all, and then they recently made a comeback. So, be very fun watch actually.
But
So,
then I open the EUOS Discord server and they're chewing out their midfielders. So I think they're right back into the swing of things, evidently. You know the vibe. But yeah, in any case, what's surprising to me about this math draft in particular is there's no lab. Like what the hell kind of ducked up alternate timeline are we in where EU does not pick the lab? Like Loki, what? Whoa! This is incredible to me that we're not running the lab. Okay, well I guess that's a change of pace. We get to go. It's not in the map pool.
yeah,
How? There's a new map pool, bro. I'm so locked out. No, like
yeah,
genuine.
pretty much.
There's a new
Yeah,
map pool.
yeah. I mean, the map pool switches um at week 5, and then we moved
Oh,
to a different map pool. So this is the second map pool. Very fun map pool. Tycoon and CTC are both in the map pool. So I mean, as an EU fan myself, I'm not an EU fan, but the biggest thing is that we will be able to see a bunch of stuff going on these maps in particular. Yeah, Inkies and Imies app were added, and Oni and Atlas Lab were taken out. So technically, we spiced up the pool a little bit more. Just saying.
whoa! Wait, we get to see. I hope. Wait, we get to see Enkies. That'd be lit. Loki, big Inkies fan. But no, too boring to start things out here in EUSA. Maybe we'll see a bit more flair in EUSL. But alas, we got to play things safe here. Character draft is still pending. Obviously, in order to say anything about character draft, we kind of need to see awakes. But high key, like, I don't even know the awakes right now. So we are low key just stalling for time. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's up with all that.
Yeah, at Lab being in the map pool might have thrown us off a little bit, but I mean, Gates Obscura as our first map is kind of. It's actually. I wouldn't even say it's a big surprise. It's more of like this is like bound to happen because I mean, from what I've heard, Inkies is hated. We hate. I mean, the only team that I remember playing Imies at was I think Tripod Fish back in season 2. Auden City. I don't think I've seen an Auden City game in EU in like a long time. And then Night Market. I mean, Night Market is a map. It is a map of all time. I think.
And the
But the big
positive or the
thing,
negative sense?
it is a map of all time. I will say that much. A lot of things happened on that map, and I mean, what other way to bring it home than to completely ban it out on the first rotation of bans? So, Taiko Temple and Clarion Corp, though, two very well-known maps in the EU community, two of the map that they 100% pick, I think, in most scenarios. So hopefully we can see a game 3, and the bands are already going live. Games Obscura with extra special and the Orb Dancer start. And we have Ask banning Estelle and Bonk banning the Rune out.
Yeah. The rune especially is understandable in high high elo obbies. This ain't Roblox. High elo lobbies. He can definitely run away with things should he get good value out of the extra special. I think especially on. Wait, no, this is goo. Okay, so it's not Clarion. Clarion, when you've got the poison map, he just kills for fun, especially with extra special. But even here, yeah, very understandable, especially on a map where offense can turn into defense extremely quickly, and he can just walk up and ban you. That's understandable. Then Estelle, like 15 quintillion% presence in both the EUS leagues pretty much this season. So another understandable ban. And yeah, here comes the rest of the picks.
Yeah, Asher and Aimee coming out, and I mean the coolest thing is that we have timers for this now. Yo, shout out, I think Streak who made this. W Drafter. And the big thing is that Aimee Dubu already coming out. It's gonna be a huge thing draft win. I feel like, especially with how Dubu is kind of broken on this map, or broken on really any map. Dubu is just a broken goalie in general, and especially on Bonk Atomic Punch, who are wielding, I think, Yankate. So he's going to have a lot of fun. And what comes out next is going to be Asher and the Juno for the side of Don't Ask. So with that last pick about to come in, with them kind of stalling out the draft, they do pick up the Atlas as our last pick. So Atlas, Juno, Asher are going to be the three they wield. I think Kami Carey is going to be playing on the Asher. Going to be a very fun experience to see how he due to the corners almost, and of course the X, the last pick for Lego piece. We're gonna see how that comes into play as well. I mean, the scaling. I mean, everyone knows the tale of X. Set 3, we start scaling and we scale hard.
This is like low key the first time I've seen X, maybe the second time I've seen X in EUS all season. This guy just does not have presence over here. So honestly, this is kind of surprising coming out the hat. Because as part of my job, as part of my occupation, I have to watch a lot of matches. And even with that large sample, yeah, he's kind of just like a rarity over here. So I'm actually personally very interested. We will see if the Tale of X is indeed executed upon, or if he just gets absolutely shafted draft upon draft upon draft. Very feast or famine character. The rest of the picks really orthodox, to say the least. I mean, you've definitely got Aimee in the midfield. That's probably that's a bonk pick. That's probably Puma. Puma big Aimee like Aimee constantly every time, pretty much. That's a lie. Deep character pool, but definitely I think Aimee is their main. And yeah, Dubu, especially with extra special, can just run away with games. Can just walk up, wall for fun on offense, wall for fun in the pocket to defend, wall. So yeah, I think generally pretty strong comp, especially if this X can start doing X things.
Yeah, the big scary thing is currently. I mean, I think I remember talking about it before, or at least I wasn't talking about it, but on stream at least. The predictions at least. Atomic Punch. I think first, and they're currently 2-3 right now. So this is a very big make or break game for them. If they can even it out and bring themselves back to speed, and eventually get themselves on the track to be 3-3, while they don't ask 4-2, becomes a little bit more closer for playoff race for them. And even though I think top 4 make it, then it'll be a lot easier for them to be able to move on to the playoff stage. And they still have to contend with a lot of people. Well played, I think, or Work in Prayer have a head-to-head over them. Jamie Circus, they're currently just one game above them. They did defeat them, and again, Hot Tofu and Don't Ask are at the top, with Don't Ask currently holding that first place spot. So this is a very make or break game for Bonk Atomic Punch if they want to keep themselves alive in the playoff hopes. And hopefully they do here. As right now, I mean, they think they do have map draft ready for them. So hopefully they can turn their games around today.
Yeah, and we'll see. Eminently. Man, wait, it's not a New Year's resolution, but a resolution I made to myself is that when I get past the mic to not immediately say yeah, and I just did that. So, W start to life. But anyways, as I was saying, yeah, here, God damn, whatever. Okay, here we go. We got the two teams on the board. Game is about to start. We do have the queue popped. So, be really neat to see How things shake up, probably a whole lot of nothing coming into this first point, frankly, because both teams tend to just feel each other out in these opening stages. But yeah, we'll see. Here we go.
Big thing already. The passing lanes coming from Kami and Lila F already, and the big thing is the draft for both sides on the starting awakenings. Yankate and Opuma taking up extra special. I mean, both goalie and well, the both goalies took the extra special, and surprisingly on the other side, Lego Piece actually taking the orbs over extra special. So maybe to the speed that they want here, and already coming out, we already see both corner offenses going along very quickly, and the Axis is taking a lot of damage already. I think this is things to come forward now as he has to back away.
Yeah, X retreating, gets the orb and kind of scurries away. Did opt for the orb dancer, so already able to play surviving pretty well insofar as he's able to just scurry around the field every time he picks up an orb, back to basically full health, and
Oh,
gets absolutely domes poor Juno off the map. But guess,
oh,
wow, what goes around comes around. An eye for an eye, and we're now 2-2 apiece. Yankate slowing things down, just making sure the ball can't get worked into Kami on this Asher. Now the power play just about assuaged. The ulti coming out from Yankate means that, oh wow, locked ball is, but
ooh.
oh no. The interesting first goal, definitely. I was missing hella strike shots last night, so I can't even like begin to comment on that. But yeah, it happens to the best of us. GG's go next.
And already, I mean, two KOs coming out, one for each side, and especially with the stacks reset for both Lila F and Lego Piece is going to be a huge game changer to see who can keep their stacks up. Because, of course, whoever can keep their stacks on is going to be a lot more favored in his possessions. And Lego Piece earning both barriers is looking in a very good spot with two flips on Ilpuma and Yankate coming in very, very quickly for them. Yankame carry with the flip to take the second barrier and a strike shot, trying to be found as the passes come wide.
There we go. Yankate just walks up to collect the ball, and now we got scary offensive situation. Great strike by Lego Piece to split the difference between Shen and Lilith into that top corner. A good strike, as Axis tend to have to do on this offense. Really good strike war of the circle as well. Definitely interesting interaction. Well played by the bonk forward, who's looking to keep this offensive pressure up. Gets the first barrier solos, and now this is such a horrible situation to be in. I mean, yeah, there's not much you can do if you're a member of Ask there. There's too many buttons in
Ooh.
your face, and a great follow-up by Opuma, putting Lilith into stun and just about knocking it past Shen, who's once again unable to match with the strike shot. So there we go. Like, pretty swift first set in favor of Bonk Atomic Punch, who are rewarded with the first pick.
Puma having a lot to draft. Actually, Primetime and Hotshot both on the board. And keep in mind the Juno in last place, and so is the X. A little bit scary for both sides, at least, because there's a lot to be drafted and a lot to ponder upon as the Orbs are trying to be a part of the drafts. The Hotshot denied, and the X going to go Primetime over Spec Training. So I think the main part of the game is going to be we're going to try to deal as much offensive pressure as possible. Not even the damage. Well, damage is going to be a big multiplier with prime time, but now it's just going to be how much interruption you can get with that primary, and of course that primarily coming in clutch, saving Yankate a little bit of the stress coming in with the strike cores being one, of course, and Kamikiri and Lilov just setting up in the corner, the long corner, the short corner actually. When we put into effect is now the other side starts the offense too, and the big thing is Lego Piece is doing very, very well capitalizing on that X at least.
Yeah, I think underrated Emperor pickup on Shen too. Walking
Ooh,
up as goalie on this map is genuinely so miserable. So now he's able to not walk up and instead have a supercharged primary do all that work for him, which is definitely a W in my book. And there we go. We see that used to great effect. The primary able to help secure that barrier. The pass also found through to Lilith and Kamakiri, forcing the flip out of Yankate. That's exactly the sort of trade you want to establish. Strike for flip any day of the week, man. Now the defense a little bit slow in the corner. Puma almost getting knocked off the map. Shen opting for the quick flip right into Kamakiri, who knocks it back. Complete reversion of the momentum into top corner, and Yankate unable to react. So there we go. Great goal. First goal on the board, if I'm not mistaken, for Don't Ask here in this series.
you're trying to turn it around, and already I think the big thing that we didn't point out earlier was Puma dying to to raw primary from Kamikiri. I mean, that's just what happens with Astra. I feel like the big thing is when when those things happen. Of course, it kind of is like, I just got to position better, and of course, already almost a second one coming out. I mean, Astra is just very scary when she's on her own side of the map, and of course, with that kind of change, it just makes it a lot harder for you to play off, especially when Asher walks back in and has to just threaten you with primary. I know Puma already taking extremely low and has to back away for the orb, but they do get flip out of it. So it can be a very, very good thing for them as long as they can use it to their advantage here as Kami carry with a good setup for himself as Yankasi just is forced to burn the Dubu logs.
Yeah, unfortunate loss of the barrier there for the side of Donetsk, but we're open net goalie against two lockdowns. So it's not a great situation if you're in between the sticks for either team here, as the ball is just gently worked through that portal. Good interaction won by Kamakiri to force it into the situation, but the primary is a little wayward, not to mention the strike just straight into the pocket of Il Puma is able to bat it away. Now Lilith able to just about get out in front of that Imi dash, but the passing play is impeccable between the two forwards of Bonk Atomic Punch, but it comes to nothing. Actually, it comes to
Ooh,
something up the end of the field. Great bell ringer from Lego Piece finding. Wait, glitch pop. I guess there was a glitch pop in the mixer there somewhere. It's actually Il Puma that gets attributed that goal. So yeah, good play nonetheless.
crazy play from them. Il Puma, I mean, the cool thing that I've seen already happening within these sets, and oh my god, Kamikiri just gets sniped off the map by the law, by the rule at least. And I mean, Opuma, I think we've caught a lot of moments where Opuma has just been scary with the glitch pops, and everyone looking extremely low means that Lego is able to set himself up. And the crazy thing is Opuma has been hitting all of these glitch pops and all of these cyber sites have been pretty much on point from set one. So damage is just going to be a very, very huge factor to see how Kamikiri and Lala both play into this. And already coming in, Asher just being stuffed into the corner is just not a good sign.
Yeah, we saw did die last point thanks to a really gnarly doobie roll after the Atlas Live had expired. No, but no live, no problem. Good defense good offense by Lego Piece. Able to go in and get both of those barriers. Oh, Yankate caught on the overextension, just really trying to force that thing in with roll, force the issue, and also blue flip for their troubles, but nothing came of it, and also now loses their barrier, which is not what you want to see. Once again, an unfortunate missed strike shot from Shen means the offense is stalled for just a smidgen of time, as there's a bit of a melee in top corner. The secondary does come out from Shen, though. This is not good, especially playing into an Atlas with flip. He's got no buttons, but great strike shot. The strike shot connects on the second time of asking. Great
Ooh,
moves by Lilith there, too. Great read on the out clear by Yankate, and Yankate's roll just a little too delayed to get there in time. So good snipe by the Juno in midfield.
beat it 0.5, and keep in mind, Lego Piece has the full orb stack while Lila F doesn't. So although they earned the first barrier, Lego Piece is still extremely fast, and look at him go already 2 barriers going down, and almost a finisher as well. Not the bell ringer, but the headbutt going right in, and almost El Puma dying off of Raw again. Asher primary coming in, the passes will connect. The strike shot will also connect. The flip also burnt too. So now Shen not really in a good spot in terms of the defenses of Puma, and Lego Piece look to work their way up.
Yeah,
Ooh.
the ability expenditure from Shen is notably, I would say, like, I guess to be diplomatic, a little rushed. I feel like a lot of times he's hedging his bets and throwing out these buttons when a strike would really do. It hasn't quite been punished up to this point, but it does
Oh!
mean that, oh, interesting interaction there. I guess he did have primary, but the primary does come up late. Interesting redirect. But yeah, it seems like, just to conclude my thought there, this goalie does seem to be stranded without abilities in some instances, especially in like vital situations where you have to hold barrier. He just got no circle. So that's probably something to sort out heading into these next sets. But in the meantime, let's talk draft.
The draft. It's already good for Yankate. The team player on the board can't really seem to go wrong with that pick. And of course, the other downside of their draft is that the X and the IME are both kind of behind on the draft, but they do get 2 drafts for themselves. So Lilef is not going to be a little bit too happy with the draft. Has to pick up the Reptile Remedy, which isn't the best, but considering what it was left on the board, it really was kind of their only option. as Juno does not like having a bunch of those awakenings. I mean, Aerials is like okay, but you don't want the extra time that it takes for the Junos to have to come out of the special. Of course, already setting up Yankate, putting in the Dubu work as Local Piece just has to walk back for the orb. They won't actually earn that first barrier though. I thought that was going to be a pretty easy take, but it just doesn't seem to happen.
Yeah, great
Oh,
strike reset, great usage of the X Maximus there by Lego Piece. The ball does also not make anything happen up the other end of the field. Shen is now without a circle, has to just primary it away from this X fella, able to find the clear, but
oh,
okay, whoa, goodbye Lilith. Great dash by Il Puma to establish a power play. Good attempt on the evade clear, and a successful execution of the evade clear actually by Shen. Good slowing down of the pace off the flip by Kamakiri too. Shen able to get there with the strike shot. This is good defense, well worked from the side of Don't Ask. Now we're back to 3 apiece in the middle of the park as the ball just gets knocked around for fun. Lilith, Lego Piece, neither of them able to get on the other end of the ball. Up the other end of the field, Lil Puma laying down the pressure with the turret, but nothing coming up, and it wriggles free up out the other end of the field. And Shen once
oh.
again caught on the misposition. Lilith a little too small, a little too slow to challenge with strike from the paint, meaning we have another good strike coming out of the Bonk Atomic Punch Brawler to get the first point on this third set.
Already great stuff from the Brawler getting it done. I mean, the redirects have been just catching Shen completely off guard in almost every scenario. It just seems that Lego Piece is kind of reading this guy's mind over and over. The Dova Fortress goes wide and doesn't capture the core in time. And the big thing already, Il Puma, another KO from the Il Puma. And the KOs have been a huge factor. The damage, not really as much, but just the KOs in general have been huge. As the flip is caught again, Lego Piece is just reading this guy's mind. The soul read from him secures the second barrier, and although he's left not with a lot of stagger, but still has a ton of map presence there to flip down the Il Puma, and Shen just desperately trying to get the core out of that position as the X just has to win a simple strike war to win and send it home for him. As the kill
Bang!
again found, Kamikiri sent down to the anchors away as Upuma just has to pass back to Yankase. The team player passes just trying to be proc, but the core ends up dropping out, leaking its way back into the zone as Kamikiri does end up coming back online and earns second barrier as he returns.
Good glitch pop by Il Puma to keep the pressure on the side of this blue team, but the triangle is able to be found. Good stall by Kamakiri off the primary two to keep the ball in their possession. They're now able to work at this goal, which they're doing to great effect, but the double defense is good enough to get that thing out of dodge for the side of Bonk Atomic Punch. Lego Piece unable to 1v9 that interaction. Okay, speaking of interactions, man, love Dubu Wall. Functional ability. We're seeing that goalie shimmy up into the corner of shame, paying penance for his sins for picking this stupid damn hamster. And yeah, the ball wriggles in. Buttons v buttons there in top lane.
And the core just ended up slipping right through the single crack that was left by Yankatsu. Just a very bit unfortunate. And Don't Ask are coming up with a play, trying to get themselves down off the triple defense, but Yankatsu is the one who actually falls in this scenario. Now the goalie being gone puts them a little bit behind in terms of raw power as the core slipping into the bottom corner as now Kamikari is setting up very, very low as Yankante comes back online, and now crazy things already happening as Yankante does try to keep the momentum going. The flip earned by Kamikiri, the flip burns, the Tofu Fortress being put out. The crevice found yet again as the core just isn't escaping the corner. As the second barrier is found in Lego Piece, picking up the orbs yet again, trying to get the speed to bring his team back from the abyss. As Il Puma trying to work the map around him, too much to offer though, as now overtime picking up Piece, picking up his flip will try to kill Kamikiri and won't be able to do so.
Man, yeah, a lot of high octane action here in this top lane right now. Lego Pace able to do good work and keep the ball up there, but the flip is out of Lilith now. Able to hold, but that does mean they have no dodge, no nothing to assist this Atlas in holding. But hold the Atlas does, and that ball might just about go in, but the Wangle, not a true dangle, meaning that we're still we're still in this point. This is a long point to say the least, but both teams trying to make that change, especially with this core speed. It just takes one BS Juno Slime to completely change the momentum of this game. But for now, both teams doing so well to just play these percentages to make safe options, find
Oh,
good out clears. But speaking of good out clears, an equally good not outclear. An equally good strike from Lego Piece to get that goal. And now the core speed off the Dubu wall is a little nutty. And not to say nothing of that rebound, but still, it's just neither team is really able to keep the core, which is understandable given the core speed. Once again, the flip, I mean, the circle coming out a bit prematurely out of Shen. This Atlas has absolutely nothing. Might not even have strike shot, but no strike shot, no
Oh!
problem. The play is worked extremely well. Great ulti out of Kamakiri to zone Yankate out of that play, allowing them to just tap that in the middle, no issue.
Yankate boxed out like a fish in that case, and of course, this kind of leaves them behind just a little bit in terms of their points, but they're on map point already. There isn't really too much to worry about as the X is able to scale a lot more as we're already in set 3 as now the core passing around, just trying to find some value. And Yankate's been finding a lot of value with the abilities, with the sole exception to like one or two like mishaps that come as you play Dubu. And of course, the passing lane. Just look at how far he's walking up compared to Shen. I mean, the crazy thing is that even though the goalie got KO'd one time, he isn't scared to keep walking back up, and that's what's kind of moving the pace as it goes along. As Yankate does get outplayed by Kamakiri just a little bit to lose his first barrier, as passing play just needs to come around. Opuma having the core now, the glitch pop almost good as Lylef just trying to keep the core away from Lego PCX. It's just a very scary contender when it comes to the corner offense, or really any offense for that matter. But the big scary part is now Lego Piece is feeding for the KO. The floor finds the second barrier of Yankase, but now the passing plays are coming alive over time now on the cars. Flip, first
Oh
burr,
no.
and the old man strike just won't come out of Shen. And now we're on match point.
A bit of an age check there. A Lego piece quite far out of the goal, I must say. But in any case, on the bright side, you do hang on to energy heading into this point, and you probably will need a flip very soon, given this is where the ball is on
Oh!
the map. But another flip used amazingly by Kamakiri, who's continuing on this warpath, laying the pain onto Lego Piece, who's still defending for his life in spite of that really depleted stagger bar, just dodging. Now he's a sitting duck. If they're able to just connect one or two hits onto this brawler, but he's just running back to go get his orb, so I think the issue has diffused. Yep, all good. Back to health. What is not all good is the usage of that ultimate there. A little unfortunate waste of energy coming out from Shen, but Shen unaffected, opts to walk forward, but that does mean he's
Oh
caught on the
no!
misposition, but good primary to put X into stun. Lilith is dead. I'm not even sure how, but Lilith's dead now. In any case, we do have a 2v2. They're opting to push forward with it in spite of the personnel disadvantage. Oh, but the first barrier is lost. Great strike by Lego Piece to knock it around Shen, who is just about able to get there somehow quick enough, but not quick enough to let that secondary rip in time, meaning that his barrier falls, and this is a very scary situation. If Lego Piece can get this flip, and he does, and it's just about around the strike shot for a triumphant 3-0 from Bonk Atomic Bunch here in this first game of the series.
Time flies, and so does the core, as Atomic Punch pick up their first game of the series. And of course, this continues the streak that they had since week 1 against Ask. They did defeat Ask 2-0, 3-1, and 3-2 in their series opener in week 1. So the continuation for them, winning another game on their belt, just puts them for success again and potentially on the track to be 3-3. And just look at the KOs from Il Puma, 3 on an unstrengthened Lyleth. Unfortunately, kind of stalled out all the plays. But look at Lego Piece, 2 KOs, 40k damage. That brawler was definitely brawling out. And on the next map, Taiko Temple, it will still seem to be the case for the most part if they end up picking X or Juliet, or really any like crazy damage brawler, like maybe even the Rasmus or the Asher. But we'll see how that draft really goes, because right now draft isn't up yet.
I mean, actually, yeah. I mean, once you point out the damage from Peace, like, yeah, more damage than the rest of his team combined. 40k damage on what was a short game. Also, like a low-key a stock X, because he had like primetime orb dancer and quick strikes, none of which really help like augment your damage. So I mean, he was just really getting in the mixer and able to dish out the pain nonetheless. And I think definitely set Il Puma up for some good kills with that dash. So I think good execution of the kill game plan coming out from this Bonk Atomic Punch side. Also, great holds by Yankate, frankly. I mean, barring just the raw save stat being higher, I think he did really well to economize his abilities. Always seemed to have either log or roll when he needed it, and was able to work the ball out of pocket pretty effectively, even up into an Asher, which is never an easy ask, especially at this level. So I think all in all, good execution by this Bonk Atomic Punch side, and we'll see how things change up, if any game plans need to be altered heading into the second game of the series on Tycho. Is it Tycho?
Yeah, it is Tycho.
Okay, W.
Yeah, Tycho already coming off a very, very hot start. No, not even a hot start. I can't even make that punchline because we're not. It's not hot tofu playing. God damn it! But all good. Don't worry about it. As Bakatami Punch coming off a very, very quick, not really quick 3-0 fashion, but still a very dominant one at least, because they weren't able to earn a set off of it. But even though it might have been a 3-0, it did look pretty close. So Bakatami Punch on kind of the back end, not the back end, but the front end really, for a little bit, as Tycho is on the board. And don't ask again with their pick on Taiko Temple. We don't know whether or not they're going to go blue side or red side, but I think a lot of the times red side is actually a lot more favored in most of these draft lineups. I mean, speaking from experience at least, a lot of the teams that or at least when we win, or we at least we win map pick, it's almost always like we choose red side on map, and then you immediately go on player side. It's like, I don't mind if you guys go blue, because I don't mind picking red, but if we're picking first for character draft, then we're just picking red, immediately picking red.
Yeah, I mean, definitely gives you. Man, I said yeah again. All good. In any case, yeah, it definitely gives you some sort of positional advantage for sure in the lineup. Will be interesting to see. Christ. So we got Tycho. Yeah, I wonder because in terms of Tycho, even irrespective of Awakenings, I'm wondering if Yonkadze locks this Dubu again if they let him, because I mean Dubu is just a force of nature. Likewise, I mean even the Asher coming out from Kamakiri, that's also something that could be especially potent heading into this second game, especially if she's allowed to scale with prime time or just size up the wazoo. And there's a lot of size in Carousel right now, so ample opportunities for multiple people on either team to start running away with games. I think it's ultimately just going to be complicated by the awakes, which we still don't have, unfortunately. You know, every other teams, I guess, taking a little siesta or something, not eager to get back into the swing of things. So we won't actually know any information about draft for a few moments, probably.
According to Prod, apparently they are going for a swap here. Arlax joining the queues now in the mines, as now the Ask roster is complete and they're looking to bounce back on this map pick, at least for them. Shen 4 next game going to be very, very imminent, I think. So a very, very good thing that they have their full roster on the board once again for them, as now they're kind of on the back foot, a little bit on the back foot, but with this start, or at least with Taiko Temple on the board, it's just going to be a little bit harder for, I think, both teams to score, especially if I think Arlax, well, he plays Atlas, so I'm going to assume that we are going to go Atlas, and if Biancate goes Dubu, then it'd kind of be funny because it's just two lockdown goalies. But of course, lockdown goalies, I mean, on Taiko especially, they're good when the barriers are up, but they kind of maybe a little bit fall short when it comes to the corner, for the actual opposing box pressure. So gotta watch out at least for Yankate walking up again, because he's done that so many times. Even though he got punished once, that's like one in 50 times he got punished once with flip though, but it's like 1 out of 50 times where he gets punished for walking up, and it didn't really even hurt him. He lost 1 point, but in reality, it's we can still keep going because we have a lead. It's okay. So big thing is we're going to be watching out for that.
We do actually see it's Shen, or not, sorry, Bonk Atomic Punch banning out the Atlas here. Perhaps that's a target on Shen, provided Shen is still in between the sticks for the game, which I guess is the case. In any case, yeah, rest of the draft pretty orthodox. We do see the Imi coming out from Don't Ask, probably taking away that thing from Il Puma. Then Asher locked immediately. Dubu has not been selected, so maybe we're going to approach this draft differently. No, never mind. There is the Doob. Go figure, coming out on this Don't Ask team. Would not be surprised if that's between the sticks. I think M-Prop is just so strong. Go figure. And then we also have Kai, who's able to leverage either one of these awakenings very effectively. So, not too sure which one he'll be picking up here, but I guess we'll see. Especially, might have more of a clue once the rest of these picks round out.
Yeah, thinking about it now, I don't remember Kai being picked on Gates, which is a bit surprising, I feel like. A little bit surprising, I think. Just because the way that Kai is just a very, very strong pick in general. I mean, even the Estelle wasn't picked. We opted for Juno Aimi as the midfielders on Gates. So they're not like I wouldn't say they're in a bad spot in EU, but in terms of like I guess you can say like the draft like the starting rankings just didn't work out for them. But at the same time, there's Orb Start, and Kai wasn't picked. So like I don't know, it's a bit weird. But hey, I'm not the one playing in the USA. All good. So Kai, yeah. So
okay.
it's Kai Dubu and what's their last Jakar? Kai Dubu and Jakar versus Asher, Estella, and Vice. So again, a lot more damage coming out for Bonkatami Punch in terms of like in terms of just general damage characters. Because Asher, you have the cheesy 1-2. You have Estelle constantly doing damage because of just how her character works. It's just damage, and of course Vice. I mean, damage character. So damage is what I'm hearing, and hopefully we can see Don't Ask bring up their tempo, especially with the speed with Kai and Jakar.
Yeah, man. This Bonk comp has the potential to be scary, but also has the potential to just completely implode. Given that you've got two people who low-key don't have that much mobility. Like when I first saw this, it kind of gave me the vibe of like 3 people in solo queue who just comfort picked. But now that you articulate, I'm like, okay, yeah, this actually is a viable comp. It just looked a little strange. I don't know if this triad has been played in EUS this season thus far. I think a lot more conventional stuff, especially given the awakenings coming out of the side of this Don't Ask team. I mean, there's just so much projectile threat here from, I guess, everyone. Lucky there's a lot of projectiles on the map, but this is it's spooky. I can't really put my finger on which way this will go off rip. I think a lot of latent damage potential in this Bonk side, but like, are they gonna be able to execute on the KOs? Who knows? They were kind of doing it last game, but I don't think quite enough.
Ankate on the Vice goalie this time, so a lot more pushing up from him. Already doing good with the Dupa before, but now it's going to be a little bit of a hard stop challenge as Jakar and Dupa will both have missile prop for the start, and scary thing already coming into play. Only 2, yeah, the only 2 people that are taking missile prop are Alex and Kamikiri, so it's going to be a bit troubling to see how this young Katsuo Puma and Lego piece end up picking away, but they have Asher on the other side, so it could be okay. It could be fine. The back pass is coming in already, and already there isn't really a big scaling option for both sides. I mean, like the only big scaling that could possibly happen would be just be Kamikiri picking up more damage and more chances to cheese KO off of really anything. So, first point already coming in, and just look at the Kai go.
Worth noting, Shen back in his natural habitat, able to go back out from between the sticks and got that barrier already. So, back home, to say the least, and now able to work this ball into the top corner. Almost a really nice conversion off of those pebbles, but not quite able to find it. Arlax not quite able to find a series of clears either, meaning that we now have this Dubu in the open net, which is not ideal. Does have flip and is able to not even have to expend it, just works the ball nicely to his midfielder, but now this could be a bit of a spooky situation. There's a collapse that was about to happen, but Arlax flips for tempo, gets the ball out of dodge, and the unfortunate wayward angle from Il Puma means the ball is still in play. Shen and Puma battling it out in the midfield. Good stun applied by Yonkate, slowing things down in the midfield, but it gives Arlax enough time to just throw out the Tofu Fortress, and that entire play just dissolves, diffuses to nothing. Just like that poor Kai, Shen getting murked off the map. First kill of the game, if I'm not mistaken. And there goes another one. Levels galore coming out early from this Bonk Atomic Punch team. Yonkate not even having to flip, which is great heading into this next point.
Chain Lightning does it again. I know! What a KO from both Il Puma and Yonkate there. I mean, Arlax just kind of got caught in a bad spot, but great awareness from Il Puma knowing that Shen just wasn't going to be in the right spot and just had the chance to kick him off the map. And already the passing plays coming in clutch. The passing play didn't connect there, but the goal is still found for the most part. Il Puma not really doing a lot of damage there, but Lego Piece the one ticking off Shen once again off the map. So now I get another 2v3 power play for both sides, and Lego Piece actually finds another KO there too. This time on to the brawler of Kamikiri 2, and now it's really looking like a very, very scary scenario for especially the Don't Ask bunch, as now Shen still on the chopping block with not a lot of stagger to work with.
Shen perhaps maybe used to that goalie arc knockback reduction, now being deprived of it, just getting smacked around like a pinata. Christ alive, man. But all good, his team is able to hold in the interim. Arlax throwing down some abilities, but those abilities, yeah, not enough to save him. I feel like this Bonk team has already equaled their kill tally from last game, and we haven't even played 2 points. This could be a harbinger of things to come if this Don't Ask side aren't able to find their bearings and start playing their lives a little more effectually. But good Strike War 1 up in the middle of the park means that they're able to lay down some pressure here, but once again, Yonkate finding the right strike to get that thing out of dodge, and now was threatening in corner, but not able to do too much there. Opting not to expend the flip for barrier, that's understandable, especially given that you're the only one with such a valuable asset in the lobby. Puma playing conservative, not forcing the issue. Good play off the bumper there, great presence of mind from Lego Piece to feed that into Puma, who beams it in, no questions asked. Good second goal. Took a while, but there we go. Bonk has their second.
Crazy bumper brawler find for Lego Piece. Guy took a lot of notes on how the bumpers work, and even though 2 barriers are already gone, the flip still untouched, and as close as the 2 barriers fell for them, the 2 barriers fall for the other side too. Yonkate with flip ready to go and roaring out. So now already 20 seconds into the play and both barriers already gone. We'll see who can do a lot better in these open play positions, as Yonkate bursts the flip a little bit too early, in fact, as now the corner off is just trying to work himself out. Lego Piece also bridges flip too, and now Don't Ask in a decent spot to go and score for themselves. Kamikiri picking up the first point for them.
Obviously, I don't have access to the cooldowns, but I feel like Yonkate might have been making a mistake there to just kite back and delay and allow these people to set up the offense instead of throwing down a primary or secondary early to try to put them into stun, because you just, as a Vice, you just wall yourself into that situation where you have no dodge and you have no buttons. So you just lose on goal line to Kai Barrage, but I don't know. Like I said, I don't have cooldowns, but speaking of cooldowns, they were obviously used to great effect, given that Yonkate has lost both of their barriers already, which is a great position for the side of Don't Ask, who are looking to just walk this in between the sticks. Great application of the stun onto both of the defenders of Bonk Atomic Punch by that flip out of Drek there. That was incredible play. Took so much value out of that flip. Even if it didn't connect with the ball, it allows Shen to just walk that thing in between the posts. That Drek is dead. Yep, bye-bye. In any case, now it looks like it's a good time to pass.
Yeah, Kamikiri once again down for the count, but Shen picking up the speed with the flip as well. One barrier top found at least. A little bit of a weird angle, but still being able to find it. And now the second barrier falling for Arlax is going to put Dubu in a very, very rough spot for this point. Oh, Puma going to completely encapsulate the Dubu Tofu Fortress. Now the flip ready to be used. A third flip being burnt on air for the most part. And now looking very scared, but young Kate is coming up with flip yet again, and Kamikiri again very, very low in fact. And only a simple strike where it kind of just needs to be one as Lego Piece is playing very, very close up to Arlax, basically hugging
Oh
him
no.
as Il Puma finds the redirect straight through Arlax's roll to bring Bonk Atomic Punch up one set, and already a very dominant kind of showing for them in terms of KO as well.
That was such an interesting interaction. I can't even speak to what happened there. But my God, man, so many picks here for Yankate. There's no losing here. Build explosive extra, even 1-2 prize. Christ, I mean, I guess maybe on the flip side, it sucks that these things aren't appearing later in draft. So you kind of just have to make an executive decision now. Executive decision made by Shen to just get more mobility. That's understandable. This Dubu. Probably more of a block onto Asher than anything else, picking up this build different, but also means he's able to find more cheeky kills with roll off the side. Did opt for the mom boots, so you're not able to get that Pauldron's cheese as much to secure these kills, but maybe not as much of an issue now that you've got built up your sleeve.
Big thing I'm noticing already in that draft is Kamikiri opting for the Reptile Remedy over the 1-2 punch on Jakar. I think it's just because he knows he's going to be focused the entire game, but why, instead of getting focused, instead you should just take Reptile to try to take yourself off the living game a little bit more, as now Ukuma almost in a really, really rough spot as Metal Piece capitalizes off of Arlax's out clear, as now the flip already on the chopping block for now as Lego Piece just trying to find any sort of pressure for himself. The Jankasi, the one again, find another KO! This time onto Kamikiri again, the Reptile Remedy just doesn't end up clearing it, as now Lego Piece hugging onto Arlax to try to get the momentum going. One barrier on the flip side found, but still the field coming in clutch as Jankasi again pick up the pace in a very, very quick, successive manner as the orbs are still looking good for Lego Piece.
Man, lot of abilities coming out. Just about able to bat that around. The Kamakiri shotgun was Yankate, but the second shotgun able to take the barrier, and then another good ability to confirm, to seal the deal there with a good dash, winning the strike war up against a blind Yankate, unable to time their own strike against an invisible lizard. And there we go. First goal on the board of the set for Don't Ask. They'll be looking to try to snowball that into some more points, but right now their backs are decidedly up against the wall. Arlax having to hit a really risky up clear. It did work out for him, but doesn't work out for him there. Great find by Lego Piece again, who's now having to come back and kind of play their life in the interim, but all good. There is a flip on deck, which probably will have to be used here, but no, the defense is actually completely guaranteed by that big Lego Piece ultimate. A function of their surviving meant that they were in the right place, right time to let that thing rip, and rip it did. Good holds there, but now Shen looking equally scary to come threaten this top corner with a flip. Good trade, all things considered, but now your Drek is probably dead here. Manages to hold on to their life, though. Kamakiri now just having to completely walk out of the play, though, but might be fine after this orb pickup. Yup, and fine is that strike from Shen, too. Great find. Yankate might have been able to flip, might not have, but in any case, yeah, brilliant strike. No abilities needed.
Good play coming out for them, at least, as Arlax and Yankase both have flipped to work with in terms of this point, as now Bonk Atomic Punch are on the back foot now, at least, for a little bit of a while, as they can try to just end the set very, very quickly, if possible. Puma also almost falling off the map, the 1-2 definitely maybe would have done something there, but it's all good for now. Yankate with a good defense to keep the core, and the big thing, kind of just Yankate is just almost completely countering out Kamikiri in the way that he plays for the most part. It just feels like Yankate is almost always there at the right time, except for the parts where he isn't. Kind of feels like, in some cases, either Kamikiri catches Yankate off guard and ends up losing very, very heavily, or Yankate just completely smothers out Kami, and there's like no like actionable return for him. As Shen, again, very, very low, has to play life around, and although he is low, he is still providing immense amounts of output for him, as Shen about to be blown off the chopping block, and he does! He does
He
not!
lived.
He lives!
Wait, that's so funny. Man, Yankate robbed of some free levels there. Still probably will have first pick at draft if they do manage to get the win on this set. But damn, okay, live Shen, live. No Atlas needed. In any case, we're seeing the ball being beat away, but everyone's just crowding bot lane. It seems like it's just a roulette of whose strike comes out on top. It seems ultimately the striking of Bonk was a little more fortuitous there. They're able to not
Oh!
work the offense. Goodbye, Kamakiri. Not Kamakiri. That's the wrong brawler. Goodbye, Asher. In any case, Kamakiri, who's decidedly alive, reports of their death have been greatly exaggerated, is helping to work this offense up in top lane. Arlex having
Oh,
to
dude,
blow
Puma,
every
go!
single piece of his kit, but it's just not enough. Good interplay by, that was sick. That might have been, that's candidate for goal of the season right there. That was great interplay by Lego and Yonkate there. Playing off the ult, great synergy, not to mention the strike, perfectly splitting the difference between the don't ask defenders. Great work there.
Wait, W, Bog, wait, what a play! That has to be foretold in the books. That's actually insanely good. What a play from him as John Cotter earns second barrier too. And now with Flip up for grabs, he can go for another really crazy play as local piece again. Still very into the offense. For the most part, one Flip burns as the core goes around. Jan Kate putting down the secondary. Won't be able to TP though as the core just isn't there in the right spots. The Flip actually burns on the defense now as Kamikiri working his way up with the direct shotgun blast. As now very crazy point 5 is on the cards. Nothing too much to be fought for, but Shen still very close, and the core isn't found though. The core slips out. John Costa was a strike versus Arlex.
Damn, great stuff. That was a series of really good things by Yankate, winning the strike war on the goal line to find that up clear that gave birth to that entire play to begin with. Not to mention just absolutely 1v1ing the Dubu as Vice, which doesn't happen every day of the week, and now rewarded for their troubles with two really solid picks. We saw a bit of indecision there between Spec and Heavy. Ultimately opts for the Heavy. I don't think you lose either way there, but we do see this Drek picking up the pancakes, not to mention the bulk up coming out for Lego piece. So, if this game drags any further, maybe there's opportunities to synergize that with some of the other Stagger Awakenings. But for now, I mean, it's perfectly good for killing on its own.
Two Stacky Awakenings coming out of that draft means two more real implications to want to go KO Kamikiri. And now, never really the case, but Kamikiri ends up brawling his way out of the pocket as now Il Puma, the one damaged out and off the map, is now going to be watching from the sidelines with 3 seconds left to go remaining as they do not end up taking a barrier as Kamikiri ends up sending the core right back around as Arlax is keeping the core in touch away from Lego pieces now. Don't ask. In a kind of good spot, a little bit weird of a back pass, a little bit punished, but the core ends up still coming out and away to the other side as Shen and Kamikiri just looking to bring the chokehold to an end as Asher's just doing so much work. The Asher almost getting KO'd again, but the core ends up saving him just a little bit in terms of that as the Flip comes alive. Arlax just missing all of his strikes, a little bit panicked on the side as Kamikiri again just trying to work the offense by himself. Just can't seem to be the case as Lego Piece again picking up the orbs and is fully back to being stacked now.
Everyone is in bot lane. Things could get a little messy here if people get a bit negligent about their positioning vis-a-vis the wall, but it does seem like no wall kills are coming out. The barrier take is coming out though. Great. Fine. By Kamakiri, who almost pays the price with their life, but is now able to force this 1v1 interaction, which they win brilliantly. Good slot to top quarter. Yankate having a bit too much faith in their ability to win that with strike of advice. A little too pithy, a little too small, but I guess at least you hang on to Flip heading into this next point.
It's a little bit of the slip given by Kamikiri, and the Supernova also coming out to the strike out of the Supernova though, trying to get the core in the right spot as Shen again taking a lot of damage, and no Puma again taking a lot of orbs there as Arlax again pops the Flip, and what a very fast point for a Lego piece. There really isn't any commentary with how fast that point went, and 2 Flips burnt for a very fast tempo goal means that they're still in it for now, but 2 Flips burn means that there is a chance for some out clears or some outplays to happen as now up and at least even up to the point of 1 point per team means there's a little bit of downplay to be found. Kamikiri earning 1 barrel, almost getting the strike as well, but Yankase will have to flip for that.
A great flip by Yankate to hang on to that second barrier there. That was really good presence of mind. Il Puma almost eating paint there, but able to just about withstand the knockback off of that direct shotgun. Hanging on to their life, granted no dodge to their name just yet, meaning that this defense still could be really tricky, especially if you miss that primary. Yeah, just boxed himself in there with an unfortunate slight misexecution of the angle there. And yeah, there was no, once that happened, there was no getting yourself out of that situation as vice goalie. And there we go. We do see Ask some signs of life here in this game. They're once again on the precipice of taking a set, but they just have to land the plane. It's been a series of 2-3s functionally every single set, and they've just never been able to get over the hump. So we'll see if they can do that here. Looks like they've gotten off to a great start to that effect. They've gotten both the barriers down, and now there's a big, scary, invisible, direct threatening within the goal arc, but the defense was dealt with extremely well by Yonkate. Yonkate continuing to do such incredible things. That was a series of really good inputs. Continues to do the right thing. Now Arlax trying to force the issue, was walking up, but is abated in his efforts, but abated in their efforts. It's also Yonkate, and there we go. The coveted, the rare, the elusive, don't ask set take. There we go. The 3-1. They get a point on the board.
Great play from them, and Jakar is going to be rewarded with primetime if he does take it. Going to be very scary for him, and just look at the abilities. I mean, not the abilities, but the Awakening is already Rampage on the board. I mean, you have to take away primetime, right? Primetime has to go somewhere. Primetime isn't taken! Wait, where did primetime go? Primetime is weak! Primetime is so weak! Primetime is so weak! And now, Shen picks up Mont Titans as well. And let's Duba take Twin Drive, and this is, again, the draft looks so scary for like a quick second, and then it just becomes a little bit messy, but then we end up taking Stinger as our last Awakening for Vice. So now damage still on the board, but primetime not taken by any member is actually, I mean, hey, I'm not an EUSA. I can't really be saying that, but what?
Look at this Bonk Atomic Punch draft, bro. We've got Lego Piece with Rampage on a double barrier map. We've got Yonkate collecting the final damage Infinity Stone and Stinger. Then we give prime time to Estelle in midfield. This is an incredible draft from the side of blue team, and they're not quite able to capitalize on it just yet, but I mean, it looks inevitable. Look at these health bars, man. I guess Yonkate is actually the lowest in the lobby right now, but no issue whatsoever as Lego Piece walks up the other end of the field and uses that size to great effect. Already up to 2 Rampage stacks, and overtime on point 1 hasn't even hit yet. Kamakiri's low-key dead as hell, but able to play their life. Lego Piece leveraging that Orb Dancer momentum to try to walk the ball up the field, but the defense is not held.
No!
Arlax, unfortunate Soren angle there. Hits the, I think that's the University of Arizona Wildcats emote. Yeah, so signaling their troubles there in that point. And off we go. Another point that coming soon.
Oh, and look at the damage already put down. The knockback for Kamikiri just isn't looking too hot right now, and Yonkase again taking a lot of the brunt of the damage and has to walk back for the orb, but none of his barriers are taken. But just look at Kami! He's so low! Literally any tickle, and he gets knocked off the map, and the Stinger is already doing such a huge part in keeping him very low, and just the thing is that he like, Reptile Remedy isn't out healing the amount of damage the Stinger's putting in. So in any case, as long as they're putting damage onto Kami, it just becomes almost a lost hope as Lego Piece, again, with a great strike and great ability usage, will put Arlax in a very, very bad spot. And again, Il Puma, again, with the flip too. Any walk-up flip gone. Lego Piece in the corner, and look at Shen. He's so low, and any KO, any momentum could shift the tide already as Shen, again, being hunted by Lego Piece so much, it just looks like any moment he will fall. And Kamikiri just trying to keep the core away and alive. Will earn flip, and the flip does go wide, and it's good. Yonkate being outplayed and putting themselves in a bit of a bad spot for Bonk Atomic Punch, but don't worry, they still have another set to cushion themselves upon.
Yeah, that was... Oh, I said yeah again, Christ. Anyways, what kind of concerns me about how that point came about is it just feels like the only way this Don't Ask team scores now is through these hero plays, through getting these opportunistic flips. I feel like team play has kind of gone out the window when you're unable to find these connections between your two forwards because they're dead.
Oh,
but I guess
no.
Cluster Cursed of the Century, brilliant connection found by the two red teamers there, just about shoving it through Yonkate. That's going to happen up into this Vice goalie. So we'll see if they can render what I said to be a completely moot point. I mean, that was decidedly good team play, and we'll see if they can follow it up with another dose of that.
One barrier gone, and this is Bong's game to lose. I feel like there's almost like with the damage, they're losing both barriers too. What once seemed like Yankase completely diffing Kami, just now seems it's the other way around. And now, of course, both barriers gone. Local piece in the net himself. The brawler isn't in a good spot to do any capitalization off of anything. And now Yankate still trying to put damage on the board, even though Puma's wait to birdie their abilities to put damage on the board, and the damage just isn't seem to be working out. Even Shen burst the flip to try to get damage done. Everything is being put on the stun and damage, and it's not
Oh no!
working out. But
Oh
Kobe
my
seals
god!
he steals the goal, and now Yankate, even with flip 2, is now on the chopping block, and the reverse sweep could possibly happen here with a monster draft. And the draft just doesn't seem to go their way. It feels like Castellas on the board, even peak performance, ready to be taken away. As now Vice with second pick. There's just so many. There's Deadeye on the board. There's Deadeye on the board.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I was about to say that, man. Whatever. Okay, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, but a lot of people getting generally good things on them to go around. We are seeing a second stagger pickup for Kame, which will be huge. One, you're a little quicker now, but more importantly, you just can live a little bit more. We're up to
It's a
2.1k
go IA.
stagger on this track. What the hell? I was tabbed and I didn't realize that we have an OIA pick on the board. This is like I don't know what to say. It's that like because these people are evidently some of the best at positioning in the business. So theoretically, there's a lot more upside to OIA from people who know how to
Okay.
play their life. But I just like I don't know. I guess we'll see. Time will tell whether that was a wise pickup or not. I really don't know. I'm not good enough at the game to even begin to weigh in on the merits of that pickup.
And he's gone. He's off the map. Oh no. And what it kind of seemed like a very like winnable game is now on it could now go really either way. It feels like, as now both teams with one barrier left to fight for are still holding on to what seems to be not really a lost cause just yet. Il Puma again with the OIA speed is able to get to a lot of other places, and another KO is found. That's 3 KOs in one round.
This is nuts. This is just not Omega
And
Strikers anymore. This is League of Legends. There's just so many people are killing each other constantly. But there's crazy holds up both ends. Good backwards
clear.
clear bar Iorlax too to find the out there, which Yankate is unable to match on the other side of the pitch. But Kamakiri is alone and also hurt as hell, so might not be able to do too much on their own. Does manage to footsie around that ult to stay in the game. Arlax with a
Oh
good
no.
roll, chained into a something or other to get that out. Getting that out is also Yankate. Does blow the flip though. No dodge playing into the Strek. Should force the issue.
Uh-oh.
Is unable to force the issue, but neither is Kamakiri and Shen unable to be there to build box with Jaime
Oh
or something.
no.
But oh, boxed in a prisoner of their own design is Bog Atomic Punch there. Hits it backwards into the bumper, the dangle of doom and despair. Oh, whatever. GG's go next on that one, boss.
This has to be Tokyo. And now, of course, and again, I mean, I think I didn't point it out, but I kind of think it was very, very obvious. They didn't earn a single bear off of 3 KOs. No, nothing. Literally no conversion at all. And Alex again, very, very low. But they're still losing the barriers. Another KO found. And now it just seems like this is 100% their game to lose. They're earning all the KOs they want to, but they just can't convert. I think Shen is skilled so much to the point where they're just able to do really anything they want to if they're choosing, and Opuma actually taking OAA might have been the right choice, it feels like, because in terms of speed, this Kai is outmatched, and he's going to be everywhere upon the map as long as the core gets there. And now Upuma and Kamikiri fighting for their lives. Upuma's still extremely low, and now will they be able to use the flip top side? Everything being burnt, the flip also being used to Supernova if he committed to the offense, and now Arlax loses his second barrier too. And of course, Yankate still in the driver's seat, but Kamikiri sends it home, and now we're at match point for the other side in what seemed to be already closed, shut, and done with tickets sold out.
This series is nuts, bro. I have how this is like the odds. No, the probabilities went from like 90% chance of a funk sweep that last set to whatever the hell is going on now. Both barriers fall. This is now Don't Ask's game to lose. They are threatening this final
Oh,
point, but Lego Beast finds the kill. They might be able to stall for just long enough. Arlak should have a full kit. Oh, and the flip is blown for no reason by Lego Piece, meaning that you're not as much in the driver's seat of this power play anymore, especially now that the power play's over. Il Puma
and he's
now
going.
dead. Up the other end, we got a new power play in favor of the red side, who might be able to slot it past Yonkatse there, but Yonkatse TP's back just in time, but the box is set up by the two red team forwards. There it is. That's Curtains.
No,
What a reversal against all odds. What the hell did I just watch? 1-1 on the series.
don't ask. Just don't ask.
Oh my
Just
god.
do not ask. That was a game. That 100% was a game of all time, and somehow the reverse sweep snaps the streak of the 3. And of course, all good things must come to an end as now CTC left on the drawing board. Look how many KOs they had 12 KOs! 12 kills versus 4, 3 times the amount of kills they had before. And now all of a sudden, the tide just ended up changing so drastically as somehow, some way, the core ended up going in the other side. Look at Shen's goals. He had 4+9. That's actually crazy. That cannot be real.
Like, I think that genuinely means that he was involved in some capacity with every single goal that went in. Unless the Yeah, I think because that would be 13 goals. That sounds about right. That's insane, insane presence, and that's in spite of literally being dead for a third of the game. If you math it out, he was probably not even on the map for like 1 in every 3 seconds of game time. He was just dead constantly. This is an insane stat line from everyone involved, frankly. I mean, look at those KOs. That's 12 KOs coming out from the side of Bonk Atomic Punch, but evidently just unable to capitalize, I guess, the side of Don't Ask struck when it mattered, and ultimately the only stat that matters is the W or the L, which the W going the way of Don't Ask there by the grace of God, I guess. Genuinely, that was the craziest round 4 draft I've ever seen. It looked like curtains, but the curtains reopened and then shut up the other end. We did one apiece, and now we're going into CTC to decide things. Thanks to another pretty confined map. I guess we'll see if we're gonna see another nutty damage game plan, or if we see a bit of a reversion to core control from either team.
It's like that one meme. It's like we need to talk about your drafting. We need to talk about your ability usage. I think I think that game that was something. I feel like that should not have come down to the wire as close as it possibly could have, but all of a sudden it just ended up being that way. Like that's the scary thing is like a one thing for sure is Shen picking up 13 like 13 technically scored goals. I'm pretty sure that's max cuz it's like 3-2-3-2-3. So it's like actually well, it would be 2-2-3-3-3. So yeah, it's just 13. That's just the max you could possibly earn off of a win. So the fact that they clawed back like that, that was scary. That was crazy good from them. And now CTC for their side, I mean, they're not the ones picking, but they still have they basically chose the map. So now in this case, it just seems like somehow, some way, Don't Ask are trying to put this back into their hands, and Wakatami Punch might be going down to 2 and 4, but what was projected in the cards might not be the case sometimes. I mean, again, Wakatami Punch somehow losing that game. I think it was just destined to go to point to map 3.
Yeah, I don't know. If you can't land the plane and set forward that build, yeah, I think it is destiny at that point. Something in the heart of the cards, as you said, definitely in favor of this Don't Ask team here. We'll see imminently the character draft, but I think it's a bit of a theme of this series is that they're a little lackadaisical getting into things. Granted, I think that was a 26-minute, 37-second game. Absolute set 5 maybe point 0.5, I don't remember. Nail biter either way. So, I'll cut them some slack for being a little slow heading into things there. I definitely need a break to reset the mental after that one. But it does mean that we're still bereft of information about how either team's going to line up heading into this match. But like I said, I mean, obviously Awakening dependent, but I think Shen has proven that once you remove him from the net and put him where he's supposed to be, especially on that Kai, like, he makes the other team wet their pants. That was incredible presence, incredible execution. I mean, also tied for most redirects in the lobby. That's actually very poetic that both midfielders got almost the exact same amount of saves, exact same amount of redirects. But yeah, I think definitely that might be the thing to ban unless there's some super oppressive awakening for some other character that finds its way into this starting awakening lineup.
I think the Kai just has to be banned now for Bong side. Otherwise, it becomes very, very difficult to move anywhere off the map. Ask banning out the Juliet. Very, very quick ban, not letting any counterplay come into the hands of Lego Piece. As now Clarion Test Chamber with stacks on stack to people. There we go, the Kai ban out for grabs as now the Speed Star just isn't going to be applied here. But now, what will Shen pick on the start? There's a lot to really pick. I mean, you can really go any midfielder and it'd be okay. Like, you can go Estelle. Estelle really can put the core, or put really anyone into a good spot. But the only opposing thing is that Il Puma gets Imi. And it becomes a little bit weirder. But Ask actually opt for the Atlas. Arlac's going to be taking all that Atlas role and going to be trying to put themselves back in. I mean, they did ban Atlas before, but now with the Atlas, will it be a much different story?
I'm confused. Atlas, like, you first pick your goalie here? Like, really? Maybe I just don't. Maybe there's some like machinations behind the scenes that I'm not picking up on. But I feel like this is like giga lock in the right midfielder first pick. But in any case, yeah, we do see the Atlas picked up here, and the Estelle comes through second pick. Big money moves coming out of Bonk Atomic Punch Evergreen, especially with this mobility. I mean, it's just going to be, yeah, obviously very solid pickup. And we'll see who is going to complement this Estelle imminently. 14 seconds on the clock, but yeah, looking like they're taking some time to deliberate.
Yeah, too much already. It might look yeah, this is definitely interesting. Estelle Asher on the other side. No Imi pickup, but Estelle is actually, I mean, Estelle is just the midfielder you want to have on this map. It feels like there goes the Juno, and there goes the Rasmus. Two very quick pickups for themselves as Juno and Rasmus on the board, already coming in clutch. We're going to be seeing Shen Juno, and of course, Kami Kiri Rasmus on this start. So, I wonder what they're going to pick for the goalie, actually. Could it be Yankate Dubu again? And especially with this start, I mean, I can see it. Because what would it be? Like, Dubu Momboots? Dubu Momboots and Sax as your pick?
I think so. I
No,
think he's
it's
just
the X.
going
Wait, it's
full
actually
ice
the X.
skates here.
So
Oh,
it's
what the
Asher
hell? So
goalie. It's
who's the
Asher
goal?
goalie.
Asher goalie. Okay, W. That's lucky, not bad at all. This is a comp. These are comps. Some are saying, but yeah, no. I mean, it seems like a pretty good stacks thing, all things considered. But yeah, I guess it's got to be Asher goalie. I just don't think you get as much value out of Estelle goalie. I'd rather have her in the midfield. So yeah, I think it is going to be Asher in between the sticks. Unfortunately, this is not OSS. So I don't think we're going to see any Zolies or any bizarre picks like that. I think people are a little bit more principled this high on the totem pole. But yeah, good awakening start, and especially with this peak, if this X opts for peak, that could be really scary scaling potential if he manages to get some goals early on in this game.
Yeah, the Asher goalie, a bit. It's something, I would say. I don't think I've seen. I don't know if Yankate has played Asher goalie on stream or even like in game. I could be wrong though. I could definitely. I think I am wrong, but at the same time, if I haven't seen it, why have I? Why is it? Why are we pulling this out now? Is my question.
A sneaking
I'm
suspicion that it
pretty sure
has
we've seen it
happened
before.
before. I think I've seen Yankate on the Asher at least like once. at least like once in EUSA, but who knows? In any case, we're gonna see it now. It rings too much of a bell for it to have never been locked before. But I guess we'll see as both teams are setting up their picks here. Will be interesting to see who opts for stacks, who opts for stagger. Maybe just everyone gets stagger, so then everyone's challenging for the same awakening. But that seems like probably not the move, but we'll see imminently. I'm mashing tab as we speak. Okay, so we do obviously have X on the stagger. Also, Asher, strike shot
Strike
Asher.
shot Asher, strike shot Asher.
Strike shot Asher. What? Okay,
Right.
young.
It's some. I mean, you basically get an extra ability to stop an offense very very easily. So I wouldn't say it's the worst, but there can be some debate on whether or not it is the right one, I guess. But already one barrier for Kate, not really looking too heavily already coming off of the last map at least. So I mean, something to notice already. I mean, again, the X is going to be scaling very, very heavily into this, but also Kami Kiri pick up the Rasmus this time around. I mean, I think before it was Asher, then it was Jakar. So now I think he's going to be opting for more of these mobile brawlers, and it's going to be very, very easy for him to walk back into the pocket and be able to really get things done as quick as possible. As Lego Piece picks up the first flip of the game, and is trying to look for an opening. X dash will be good, and the passes will be trying to be connected here. The dots are going to be found as almost a good pass from back to Il Puma will almost secure the goal, but it doesn't seem to be the case yet, as overtime is on the cards now on the Xeno map.
I think so long as Kamakiri does not sit on Yonkate, they're able to position a bit more liberally, push up the field a little more, knowing that they do have strike shot to bail out their aggressive positioning, as was exhibited right there. Which, so, maybe this is real. I've low-key never seen this before, but obviously they're the only goalie with a barrier remaining on the map, so maybe there's something to it. We do see double flip out of Il Puma and Yonkate, so should they be able to work the ball up into the area where they could use it, especially with Lego Piece threatening with hit stun, they could make a good conversion there, but the delay is a bit too much. Arlax able to get the flip out, meaning the defense is held, and now El Puma is bereft of any sort of energy, and is also continuously losing strike wars to Kamakiri, meaning the offense stays within the red side goalie arc for the time being, but a great find out the other end by El Puma. Funnels it into Lego Piece. Almost, hey, whoa, I had to self-censor there. That was a crazy kill on the goal line by Lego Priest. Great work by the red team brawler there. El Puma hitting the thumbs up, and there we go. That is what you want for your X to scale heading into this matchup.
Lego Piece flashy finish in to Arlax's own net, and also resetting all to stacks as well. So very good play for him, and good find already as one barrier piece is taken with Kamikuri burning the flip, and Yankate does save it out of his own hands as now Lego Piece picking up the pace, trying to get. He doesn't have stacks, but trying to get the speed going for Il Puma, who has maxed out stats for now. So now hopefully they're able to get things done a lot more quicker as Yankate mistimes the pass splitter and doesn't get anything done as Kamikiri is still alive. The kill was almost found, but it just seems like the time just wasn't quite there as Shen now on the opposing side trying to put the core in the net as the Juno trying to get something done and trying to put the core through the Asher as now the strikes are being layered correctly as the goal still isn't found for Don't Ask. I'm not trying to ask right now, but right now Yankate is the one pushing up very, very far as Puma is the one forced to play goalie as Puma directs it right back to Kamikiri, who sets it in completely rent-free.
There we go. I mean, on the bright side, your goalie still has flipped, did not panic flip there. So energy economy not as decisively in favor of Don't Ask to start out this point as it theoretically could have been. Shen winning a series of interactions in top lane, but Yankate still able to come out the better. Not in that situation, though, does lose their first barrier, and a rapid-fire double means once again this Bonk team is up against the ropes. Arlax trying to funnel it through the poison continuously to try to do some chip onto any Bonk Atomic Bunch team members who may opt to challenge for possession. But it's ultimately the damage coming out to Shen and friends. Luckily, Shen in the right place, right time to heal there. Also, the flip coming out, good instant usage thereof to work it around this bell ringer. Great stuff.
No!
Not so great stuff from Arlax, though. Unfortunate whiff of the flip means that we're getting to see a really anticlimactic second goal for Don't Ask here on this set. And now they just have to have some bumper BS go their way, and they get the first set on this third game.
Jan Kate kind of paying the price. I feel like there's so many times where it just feels like it's savable. That was so savable, but just ended up not being the right play. No cards being drawn, flip being burned. Two very quick maneuvers for Lego Piece trying to put the cards back in his favor. The core going all the way around, going red on the bumpy house. Trying to get something done, core going red once again. The core being redirected in all sorts of places, very funnily enough, as Il Puma sets in the goal as Arlax tries to go for the out clear. And now we're on .5 this time, but we've seen too many .5s in this case. I'm surprised that after the first game, there was just no quick 3-0, nothing of that fashion whatsoever. And of course now, Jan Kate on the drawing board on the era map at least, a little bit too close for comfort, if sometimes it feels like, as one barrier piece is found, and now the bottom corner being worked up as well as Jan Kate gets it low enough for Il Puma to pick up the big orb as the flip is burnt for Shen. As now, Kami, Kiri, and Don't Ask trying to put the ball in the net as they earn their second barrier too off of some weird lazy redirect it feels like. And now, of course, the X just trying to
Oh
get
no.
in the play as the core goes all the way around. Kami, Kiri reads the soul read and then they just missed. Oh no. As now Lego Piece still has flip to go. Flip burns again!
Man, this is not very economical usage of abilities coming out of either team in
Oh
this
no!
point. Seems like tensions are flaring, but we do have a big Rasmus with a flip threatening in the
Uh-oh.
paint. This could be
Uh-oh.
curtains. Oh my god. That was like frame perfect delay. Just like how waits out Yonkate's primary and somehow still gets the flip speed afterwards. That was insane. Like really good patience coming out of the Don't Ask brawler there. Not even rewarded with first pick for his troubles. And worse yet, we do have X in second place, meaning that he's going to get something good no matter what. There it is. There's the bulk uptake. This could start getting scary for sure.
Prime time, prime time, prime time, prime time, prime time. No. What?
Wait,
Okay.
genuinely what?
Okay.
Oh,
Never
good.
mind, bro. Maybe I'm out of nowhere. I have no
Like,
clue. Prime time not being taken is a bit. Yo, prime time actually might be weak, bro. What the heck?
to
Hello?
me, to me, it's prime time every day of the week there, no? You're Asher goalie on a confined map, and if you don't take the prime time, Puma gets it. That is so bizarre to me. I think they're like obviously extra special's good. Extra special's incredible, but I feel like you're swapping you're taking an 8 out of 10 over a 10 out of 10. Meanwhile, you're giving an 11 out of 10 to the midfielder as a consequence. I'm not too like you said, I'll reiterate, maybe both of us are not knowers, but that just does not seem right to me. In any case, we'll see if Yankate can make that pick work. Good clear out by Arlax. Melee in the bot plane. Lego piece able to walk away and switch the focal point of attack. Kamakiri just eating a load of pain. So is Il Puma. It's really just who's going to die first. Evidently nobody. Il Puma playing their life does mean that we do see the legendary Lego piece midfielding, which is not quite a winning strategy. Evidently, but bit of a lull in the play as both teams just poking prod here in this bot lane.
Yeah, the core slipping right through just isn't. It just happens, I guess. I mean, now that I think about it, maybe prime time didn't have to be the right choice. I think as long as one of them gets it, it's okay. Even if it just sounds like it's biz for Yonkata, I think Il Puma taking it is still it's still good. It's still fine for them. But as long as they keep this first barrier alive, or the second one at least, it is good as Lego Piece does pick up the orb and is able to get a lot of that size. Look at that man go! That guy has a lot of size, and of course, with the walking back and everything, it just seems like it isn't being used to a great effect for the most part. As now the flip being burnt on the KO, but the KO isn't found, though. Another missed opportunity for a Lego piece as the core bounces in a very, very weird spot as now the core ends up going back to Il Puma, the one pushing the offense, now pushing the critical effort now as the orb again goes back to Shen. Shen being very fast. Big Judo taking the second barrier as now somehow, some way, Lego piece trying to bring the core back around. I mean, this just feels like solo play at this point, and solo play just isn't the way to go as now the core gets stopped by the path splitter. And the path splitter does end up keeping the core in their own side for the most part due to just how slow the core goes. As now overtime picking up now as Shen going to be red coring almost all the
Holy.
time with the pass as Kami carries it to the bottom side.
Yeah, great team play there. Great usage of the core speed to find that outlet pass into your brawlers, able to just slot it bot corner, cash money. And now we're seeing continuing of the momentum into this next point. The first barrier does go the way of Don't Ask, who are trying to work the triangle here in bot lane, but not able to do too much with it. Good walk up by Young Kate to bat the ball away before it gets into the arc. Though the circle a little slow to come out from Arlax means he does lose his first barrier. But no harm, no foul. You got another one, but might not for long. Good stun onto Lego Piece there with the primary. It does have to burn the flip, though. It was a bit mispositioned to deal with that second defense and had to just flip for his troubles. Meaning this is not ideal if you're the Atlas here. It just takes one application of Hit Stun from Lego Piece or Puma to take your barrier. But looks like that's a non-issue right now as the offense is funneled up the other side of the field. Yankate opting not to flip there, loses their barrier as a consequence, looking for the straightforward clear into Lego Pieces, looking to walk this up himself, but not quite able to. Oh, and I assume that was either... I think that was a redirect from Puma. But anyways, more importantly, crazy offense, crazy defense, crazier defense, might I say. The defense is dealt with, and now ball is just going crazy here in the middle of the park as both teams are just trying to break out the back.
Oh,
but,
no.
it's not a successful endeavor for the side of Bonk Atomic Punch. Kamakiri finding that bounce off of the bot bumper right past the red team goalie, and for a 3-0 on the set and a 2-0 in terms of set count in this pivotal game 3.
Wait, guys. The sweep. This is turning into a sweep now for the other side. I mean, it just feels like as soon as Bonk kind of gets onto like the losing side, it just seems to all fall apart in the hopes and dreams. And even though the draft kind of just still looks good for them for the most part, the X is going to be having to take the prize fighter away. And of course, with that kind of pick, it just seems a little bit less awkward in terms of denials. But now, Don't Ask on the verge of winning the series. A bit scary, comparatively, considering the fact that we saw Taiko Temple just a moment ago. And now, of course, with this amount of momentum, what really can stop them other than just not playing the right interactions? But they have been doing that over and over again. As now Upuma, again, very, very low and not in a good spot in terms of HP, as Yankasi and Lego Beach just have to play the offense by themselves. Upuma walking up once again as Kami finally knocked off the map. First KO I've seen in a while for this team, as Shen again being put in a bit of a stretch and grind, at least, as Shen is the one still commanding the front lead, as the Slimes are doing almost all the work, and eventually Kamikiri comes back online, and now back to 3v3 gameplay.
Think notable to point out that Lego Piece does have the prize fighter, meaning that we have 2 stacks on the board for this X, a very potent scaling potential, especially given the fact that he has 2,333 stagger presently, so going to be a tough nut to crack to get off of that map. So if he's allowed to run rampant and apply more damage, that could be the impetus for a reverse sweep that this Bonk Atomic Punch side is so desperately seeking in the midst of overtime here, as they just try to knock that ball right past Arlax. But Arlax has too many cooldowns, but not enough. Never mind. The primary a little slow to come out, wanted to hang on to flip there and opt for the riskier option, but that choice does not ultimately end up paying dividends. But if you're the side of Bonk Atomic Punch, that's great for you. You got the first point on the board, looking for 2 more, needing 2 more, or else you're screwed.
Beautiful kill for Lego Face, resetting Shen's stacks once again. And now it seems like this game is possibly comebackable as long as they keep this momentum going. Both barriers being found for Lego Piece. The Brawler doing all of the work right now as he tries to claw his team back from the depths of hell as the time goes on. One goal trying to be found. The flip found as well, as Lego Piece again just trying to put damage really anywhere, trying to put the pocket in, as Shen, no, not Shen, but Puma just trying to find the pass. Lego Piece just can't be done, as Lego Piece sends it in anyways. Who needs to pass when you have the X scaling around? As now Bonk Atomic Punch, they're trying to claw themselves back in it, and of course with 3 prize fighter stacks, who wouldn't?
This is beginning to be a bit concerning. The X, and it took him a while, But as we pointed out at the very beginning of this series, set 3X is where things tend to get a little cuckoo, as we're seeing right now. But that's not even X picking up that kill there. That's just that's actually Asher goalie off the map. Not great, especially now that you've lost your barrier. But Yankate is back before too much damage can be done. Lego Piece doing a good job to respect the wall and not get absolutely murked, able to hold on to these stacks, which is going to be oh so scary, especially if they can get the net open here and force Arlax into these, what's the opposite of advanced? Retracted positions on his goal line to be killed. Speaking of kills, there goes Shen. We now have 4 prize fighter stacks on this X. This is not good. This is probably curtains here. Didn't
Oh,
even need to bull rush. Just slaps that Schmidt right into the bottom corner with the flip, and there we go. Maybe the scale-a-thon is finally imminent.
guys, we all know the drill. It's okay. X picking up heads, Stinger heavy impact on the board for the X. I mean, Hotshot will just, I mean, maybe even a Hotshot deny. I mean, who knows? Yeah, Stinger going over to the X. Darlax picks up the Hotshot instead, and of course, Il Puma and Yankate. I mean, look, just look at the difference in levels between them. It just feels like they're kind of lagging behind a little bit, and Lego Piece is just doing all the work, and hopefully they can keep giving the core to Lego Piece because he seems to just be tearing the defense apart anymore, and now just carrying. He just has to carry them across the finish line, it seems, as we're back on the map. One barrier already quickly lost, though. The momentum just has to keep shifting, and if Lego Piece can get into that advantage, it becomes kind of lights out for the other team. As now Puma again very, very low, and Shen also just kind of playing defense, trying to keep the core away as Puma not in a good looking spot. Already dead off the map as now 2v3 power play coming online for Puma. Gone off the map, and I mean I kind of just choked a little bit, but it's okay. As a kill found again, another KO found for Lego Piece. He's on a roll right now. Puma back online, and now of course this X is very scary. Just the amount of damage. Already a prize for the stack on the board. So hopefully this X can keep going and keep rampaging around the map.
Yeah, I said yeah again. Anyways, not what you want to see. If you're a member of Don't Ask, the ball is now being funneled their way with this X threatening with flip. Probably going to chain it into Bull Rush. Opposite chain it into Bell Ringer instead. Equal effect, irrespective of which ability they opted for there. And now Lego Piece once again threatening the net, walking slowly encroaching upon this arc. Granted, the double defense of Shen and Arlox is there to hold for the time being. Good redirect by Yankate. Equally good strike reset off the primary and equally good kill. And the flip is out of Arlox. If Lego Piece can get near him, he's probably dead. Looks like he's moving right on over right now to try to threaten that with that kill pressure. And there we go. Yeah, it seemed like both members of the blue team on defense, they were having to respect this X, and ultimately led to a positional breakdown as the ball trickles into that top lane. Gross saw the strike from Yankate, and now once again the momentum is continuing to snowball in favor of this Bonk Atomic Punch team. They might have a comeback on their hands.
Comeback is what the team wants already. Yankate pushing 6 so far up and completely punished. Off has to burn the flip for the defense. And now, of course, Lego Piece is doing... Look at how much power! He has 212 power! This guy's insane! And as long as they keep the stacks running wild and as long as they don't die to complete air, it's so winnable. Just like literally anything is so easily killable as long as you are alive. And there we go to the KO4 prize for the stacks. Another one being found too. Stacks reset on both Alex and Shen's Lego Piece completely tears the offense apart. As now somehow Lego Piece is bringing it back from the depths of hell. And of course, on set point for set 4 at least, this is going to be very serious. Just look how much damage he does. That guy is crazy.
Oh, Relax throwing out the live circle, meaning that thing won't be online for another 20 odd seconds. This is Lego Piece's time to shine. If he can just apply some damage onto any forward, really pick of the litter, he'll be able to scale once again. But I mean, scaling has frankly already happened. We have 232 power. I think second place in the lobby is like 110. This is insane stuff coming out of this X. Is decidedly skilled. Good clear found by Yonkate, who's able to work around the primary from Kamakiri, though. Even, like, I think got put into stun, but was still able to find the clear somehow. So great stuff coming out of the Bonk Atomic Punch
He's
goalie. There goes
gone!
the other goalie. There goes the other goalie. Where is my goalie? Okay, Arlax off the map for the next 7 seconds. We'll see. It looks like the defense is being held impeccably by this Don't X team. And I mean, X has already finished scaling. He's not going to get any stronger. So any kills now
Uh-oh.
are kind of just, what's it called? A cherry on top. But this, speaking of cherries on top, he's looking to cap off this great offense with this flip, threatening in the goal arc. Is he able to find it? No, he's not. Great secondary
Oh, no,
out of
no, 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 no,
Arlax.
no.
Equally interesting interaction from Yonkate. Does win the strike on the second time of asking, though, means that their net is still unthreatened. Lego Piece not able to do too much, has no dodge to his name, but is looking to establish some semblance of core control, but it's always hard in overtime with all these damn Juno slimes on the map for sure.
Oh, I was about to say, with the win con, it seems, for kind of Buckets on is the KO, and
Oh,
they
he's dead.
do find another one, but on the other side, Don't Ask just they have the passing lanes necessary. Shen and Kamikiri have been connecting very, very much, and now the strike just have to be one on the defense. Of course, the strikes keep going. The Juno Slimes are good for now. Overtime is on the cards, but Lego Piece takes it right in before it gets too dicey. Set 5 on the horizon. Lego Piece, the one scaling it all. He has a lot of power. Eager rookie on the cards, match MVP for the most part, as 1-2 punch and Spectrator on the board. Even quick strikes too.
In a pinch, even demo, like there's just no losing for this X in this draft. We'll see what he opts for. Does take the spec training. That's understandable. We'll see how Arlax responds. Opts for the Manu. Yeah, that's understandable, especially if you're going to have dead teammates constantly. It's just good to be able to deny the space that your midfielder would be denying otherwise. We see the Manu spite ban on, or not Manu, sorry, the demo spite ban from Il Puma, meaning that this Rasmus is forced onto Reptile Remedy, which is, yeah, interesting sequence of events to round out the back of the draft. But I do think, as per usual, the star of the show is X. That man is scaling.
On the other side, though, the Among Titans pick from Shen is actually, I think it helps a lot in their case just to have a lot more. And the double barrier too. What a take from Shen there. And of course, one strike we're being won for Lego pieces enough to set the tides all around the map. As now, of course, Il Puma, they just have to connect with Lego pieces trying to get everything done. Shen picking up the pace, and just look how fast he is. He's able to be everywhere on the round of map, and that's what happened last game too. Anywhere with enough contributions is allowed to give Kamikiri the advantage in what seems to be literally every interaction, as Shen again picking up the orb and Lego piece putting in the ult as well, trying to get the stuns out and going. The stun is good, and the flip is also good for Shen as they end up taking 8 points away in a very drastic point 5 or set 5.
Yeah, these points are starting to feel like war. It does seem like Shen is definitely getting value off of this like crazy momentum Juno build, not to mention Kami is now the size of a skyscraper, which is always helpful on this Rasmus, but helpful is also
Oh
the fact
no.
that, okay, 2 barriers have fallen. Puma is perhaps not long for this earth. I'd Loki might even just burn the flip to be able to start building energy for dodge later down the line. The flip does get burnt. Shen is also not in a good way right now. Does manage to footsie around that bull rush from Lego Piece, though, and should be able to pick up an orb at some point, especially with this mobility. Just seems like they're able to run away so much more effectively. Look at that. Completely micro-spacing the heck out of that bell ringer from Lego Piece, able to survive. So, I think maybe this build is going to pay dividends in some really strange way, able to just be in so many places at once, even if your brawler's getting knocked around. In any case, both teams are, like, sort of focusing the core, but it seems like the name of the game is a lot more securing these kills right now, which makes for very interesting viewing, because half the time the core is just kind of doing its own thing away from every other player on the map.
Oh no, and yeah, Hotshot is just paying so many dividends, as well as the team player proccing over and over again. Kamikiri just getting an infinite
Oh no.
amount of chances to score as Kamikiri puts it in, and we're on match point. What seemed to be a reverse sweep is now looking the other way.
Yeah, there. I said yeah again. Anyways, Resurgence perhaps about to be secured. I think there was some wise drafting to identify how to adapt to this really horrible state of affairs, and it looks like they're executing on those adaptations presently. Good find by Shen into Kamakiri.
Oh
Equally
no.
great strike by the Brawler. This could be curtains. This is really bad for the side of Bonk Atomic Punch, and there we go. The
Yeah.
confirmation, the dagger through the heart of the Bonk Atomic Punch defense. Great strike found. And Ask landing the plane, you'd have them marked to win this given their record on the season, and they just about follow through. But my God, what a series! What a long, drawn out, hard fought series between these two teams. That was some great viewing, and I'm sure some great playing. So give both of these teams their flowers. But it does mean that Don't Ask is walking away with their 5th victory on the season.
Yo, 43,000 damage and 11 KOs. That Lego piece guy was indeed killing, and I think, yeah, I think the thing that made it so much easier for them was Shen taking up that Among Titans. That pick just allowed him to go so far and just so quickly across the map. I mean, he had stacks, he had OIA. I mean, the crazy speed they had was just kind of just insane, and the amount of speed just kind of overtook the game. I mean, that's what happened on Kai as well. Kai and well, like that Taiko game, Kai ended up just completely winning out straight of just speed and being able to just dodge every kind of damage possible. And even though they were low, it just seemed like somehow they were able to just take it away. So speed might be weak. So congrats to Ask for completing the run back of all time. Straight up.
Wait, how did this series go again? So there was who won game one? I low-key
Uh,
forgot who won
the
game one.
Bonk won game one.
Oh, so
Then
this was like
Ask
a reverse sweep.
yeah, it was a true reverse sweep. They reverse swept their game two, and they almost got reverse swept game three, but they reverse swept them. I guess I don't know how to put it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I forgot. Yeah, yeah, actually that makes sense to me conceptually. Yeah, because yeah, okay, money, sweet, sick. And anyway, in any case, I think poor control enjoyers eating good. Somehow, in the face of 43,000 damage, 11 KOX, they managed to sneak out the win. I think Shen's speed being a big part of that. Also, some nasty holds by Arlax and Kamakiri getting those 7 goals. Definitely able to thrive in those 1v1 situations, even in spite of maybe the ill health of their teammate. And I mean, Arlax is not going to be able to do much for you, even if he's alive. Evidently, only 1 assist on the game, no goals to his name, but held when it mattered. Good presence by everyone here in the series. And we will be throwing to break for a few minutes before we hit you back with some EUSL action. We got Lockdown versus Wildcards coming up next, so get hyped for that.
And hello! It's currently 12:08 p.m. on the East Coast, and we're back again with this time. I actually improved the script. We're back with EUSL. Let's freaking go, guys!
Oh, so I'm supposed to get hyped too. Yeah, woohoo!
Whoa! Let's
Hooray!
go!
Yay! Wait, still no AtLab, but right, because it's banned, I assume. In any case, okay, so we have game one. Oh, wait, no, we have to announce the teams before we talk about game one. We got Lockdown and Wildcards. Two, like, very strong sides. They need no introduction, frankly. So both have had pretty strong starts to the season. I don't remember Wildcard's exact record. I know Lockdown finally took their first L for a while in regular season play. Actually, like I think it was like in multiple. It's been like like at least it's spanned multiple seasons. Their unbeaten run in regular season play, and then they finally got handed an L by Vass and yeah, just Vass last week. Not too sure, like I said, of the record of the wild cards, but I think like somewhere they're in amongst the pack, so definitely going to be a strong game, a really tightly contested game, if I had to guess.
Yeah, Voss coming off. They're currently, well, not Voss, but Lockdown. They're all 4-1. Everyone is 4-1, and they have a head-to-head against each other. So, very very scary situation where all three members all three are kind of in the first place right now. I think Voss is up because of just point differential, but Lockdown and Cards, though, they're both sitting at the third. They're both neck and neck, technically, if you really want to think about it. Cards are currently 2-3, and they have lost to Lockdown before in week one. They did end up bringing it back, Lockdown bringing it back 2 games to 1. So hopefully this time around, it's a lot more easier for them to get away with a win. I mean, Lockdown, I think they're fielding a sub today, and Cards are all bringing out their main roster. So hopefully that this main roster can take down the other side. Actually, I might be a liar. Wait, I might be a liar. No, never mind, bro. There is nothing in terms of substitutions. I'm actually a liar. My bad. But anyways, no. I mean, still, like Lockdown versus Card. I mean, it's a very very anticipated matchup. I will say that much.
Yeah, I think if I'm not mistaken, these two played each other week one. I think we
Yep.
casted that actually. I think
I don't
we were
remember.
put on. It was when I think it was when Nero. It was Ogden City and Nero locked the Kazan, and then we all started making jokes about his Kazan. And that was I remember that series. I think it was a game three, a tightly fought 3-game series that ultimately went Lockdown's way. So maybe we're in for a repeat. Maybe history will repeat itself. Obviously, no Otten City, unfortunately, to round things out, but we are potentially looking at an Inkies game, which frankly I'm excited for. I like Inkies. I think it's a very execution heavy map. I'm a big fan of it. But in the meantime, we're going to have to get through two comparative slogs in Clarion Test Chamber and Tycho Tempo. Clarion being picked up by Lockdown. Unsurprisingly, that seems to suit their game plan the best of the maps in the pool. Then we'll move into some Tycho Temple Chaos picked by the Cards, which is probably, yeah, I mean, I feel like Burger Boxer always goes crazy on that map. Or wait, they've changed their name back, haven't they? I forgot. I just refer to whatever their username currently is in OS.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's all good though, and honestly, with the star already coming in with CTC first on the board, actually, I'm pretty sure. So CTC first, and the other two, I think. Well, not the other two. Wait, I'm a liar. I'm trying to figure out what is the map draft. Oh, I can see the map draft. Okay, yeah, it's Clarion Tuckle and Inkies. We have an Inkies game, which is like pretty peak, if I do say so myself. Crazy how that works, and CTC first on the board, ready to go, and already I think just the maps in general. What do you think of the maps? Like it's kind of reversed because now we're still playing Tycho second, but now it's CTC first, and then last it'll be Inkies.
I think to my knowledge, Lockdown is quite good on Inkies. I think it's a map that they lab. I can't really speak to whether or not the cards are good on it. Obviously, there's some base level of competence that you get on every map being a player at this level. But yeah, I don't know enough to speak to that. But in any case, no need to speak to that because we have more interesting things on the screen. We have the character draft up. Primetime Among. I mean, like, come on. Of course it's going to be the Estelle and the Kai tandem band here. Sloth. No, wait, not Sloth. Never mind. Sorry, I just saw Atlas and assumed it was Sloth. But no, we're actually seeing the Atlas first pick coming out of the wild cards and then lockdown, following it up with the Drek and the Rasmus. Presumably it's Scythen on the Drek. No, wait, no. Scythen on the Rasmus and then Geo on the Drek. But honestly, that's very interchangeable. But yeah, that's what if I were a betting man, that's what I'd put money on those two picks being. And yeah, we'll see how the rest of the draft shakes up.
Guys, if this guy bet money, we might be losing. I'm kidding. But Estelle and Kai, I mean, I was going to talk about it. Estelle and Kai being kicked off the draft. Very, very different compared to what we saw literally like I guess like an hour ago, I guess, with the draft coming in. And Imi on the wild cards, Atlas Imi, and potentially our last pick being somewhat of a weird thing, at least. I feel like the big thing is already Ivy coming out. It's a very scary pick in general. And of course, we're still waiting, I think. Unless I'm not waiting and I'm a troll. I'm on the wrong draft, that's why. No, I'm on the wrong draft. I'm a noob. Oh, I gotta go back. No.
You can also just watch the draft on stream. That's what I do.
Lazy. I'm too lazy to do so. Yeah, there we go. Juliet as the last pick. So it's gonna be Atlas Ivy Juliet versus Drakkar Rasmussen Brigger on the last. So I like the Juliet pick. I think everyone's probably just gonna be going among Titans here, just because speed start is just very important. And there we go. Asher is our last pick. So yeah, Asher goalie for Sloth. It's gonna be a very, very interesting game to see how the Juliet actually works up against the Asher. And hopefully, in that case, the Imi and their car matchup also a little bit on the cards. I think everyone's just going to be taking among Titans here. Maybe one person might go Primetime, but if that's going to be the case, it might be just Asher going Pauldron and then taking Primetime along with two among Titans for the other side. But I would not be surprised if everyone just went speed.
Yeah, I think Among Titans always forces this interesting positional arms race where, I mean, yeah, everyone just kind of defaults to, I guess, what would that be? No, I'm not. Why am I analyzing this through the lens of game theory? I was about to say their Nash strategy of everyone just taking Among Titans. That's so stupid. Sorry, but no, everyone just opts for Among Titans, I think, because it's like 10% free speed, and then you're really like the odd one out if you don't take the speed. So yeah, I mean, but then again, like, I mean, feasibly, I could see, especially Atlas on this prime time is so strong, but I think you just lose out if all of the three members of the enemy team are quicker than you, especially once your net's open. So yeah, I would put money on sextuple Titans, but maybe we'll see a couple surprises.
You know, already going into this, I mean, Nero being like just in general, the team comp for both sides. I mean, everyone's just fielding their main roster: Nero, Ivory, and Balls going in, and then Sloth, Scythen, and Giovanni on their side. So obviously, the big thing is, I mean, I think you've seen that one clip where Scythen held on the Taiko Temple on Drakkar. So very, very scary, at least for lockdown. They have everything locked down, as their name suggests. But wildcards, they want to try to pick up the pace. I think they want to try to see whether or not they can kind of outsmart the locks, the chains on their gates, and hopefully draw the ace that lets them win. So, loading into the game now already, Clarion Test Chamber on the board. Everyone kind of just going what we want. Yeah, and Atlas, Ivy, Juliet going on to their respective members, and Ivory lies, otherwise known as the Burger Boxer themselves. See whether or not the boxing will get to be boxed.
Yeah, I do get the name off bug, which is just so lit. I was on a streak of 3 games with no name off bug, which never happens to me when I queue into European games. But we're back where we have regressed to the mean. We'll have a bit of trouble working out people's names for probably the first couple points here. Oh wait, no, Scythen's name is on. Glory, hallelujah, that makes my job a little bit easier. But like, whatever. Here we go. First game, we're on the Atlas map, which is a pretty neutral start. Probably going to be a bit of a long point. We do... Okay, man, never mind. Scythen and friends putting in some beastly work there to take down both barriers. but nothing, no, like Sloth a little wayward with that dash too. This could honestly be a double goal open situation really soon if Julie's able to get some cooldowns applied quickly. But the turret is enough, not the turret because the turret was helping, but in any case, the defense holds and we're back to just both teams really just kind of striking at each other and hoping for the best as neither team is particularly strong in this instance.
Yeah, on the expanse though, Giovanni slotting it in right past Nero. A little bit quick for the team actually in terms of just not really getting anything up. I mean, no one has a flip ready to go, and Ivory is still level 1. But so is Sloth. So kind of I would say that it's kind of equal, but in kind of retrospect, it just seems like one team kind of might be better than the other right now as Balls gets the first flip off, will send it home, and also Nero will also burn their flip too. They do get one bear on the bottom side and potentially work for the second as Giovanni taking extremely low on the bouncy house, and it could be a very, very scary instance for them. Second barrier falling now as Giovanni still very, very low. Has to evade out of the play as Ivory lies, trying to just get the pressure going. And Scythen instead on the other side puts it right past Nero once again to bring the point to 2.
Hey, there we go. Good work. Bit of a mishap happening insofar as that there is no game currently being broadcast. Streamer is currently stuck in a loading screen, so we're kind of just doing like a radio show, like old-fashioned style. I have put my stream up, so if that is played for the viewers at home, unfortunately there will be no names except
Oh,
Scythen. Maybe you, if we're gonna go that route, you probably want to stream it if you have the names on. But in the meantime, I'll try to keep my bangs
oh,
here.
the
Excellent
KO.
kill found by Juliet there, able to just completely knock poor Scythen off. Not Scythen. Oh, yes, Scythen. Yes, it's Scythen. Okay. Scythen off the map. Good find as well to just about find the midfield IME there. But yeah, both teams not managing to make too much happen here on this poison map. Just a lot of batting the ball back and forth, and the ball wriggles through. Great application of the primary there by Scythen to get it past this Atlas and get a 3-0 on this first set.
Yeah, Giovanni taking MVP of the set already coming in, and I mean the one person that's named off his slot, but on my side he is pretty much on, so it's okay for the time being. As now Giovanni with the first pick with Maxwell's will have to take Hotshot away. Hotshot going to be extremely useful for him but the Atlas can't really be denied. Will have the missile prop on the side of them, so I mean, this draft it looks very normal comparatively to what we saw, the first series. This is like kind of like normal as like a draft option. I mean, to be fair, the draft wasn't like so heavily skewed to where literally everyone's getting the best, and then Vice ended up getting like Stinger at the end. But this time, the draft just seemed to be working out nonetheless for either side as they kind of got what they wanted. Really, I don't really see someone get completely stuffed out other than kind of the Alice, but the Alice still got missile props, so it's okay. And obviously, already coming into this, one barrier being taken away for Sloth as Scythen trying to pick up the offense together by himself against a single Atlas as I realized taking a lot of damage from Giovanni, putting in all that stagger away.
Interesting stall there coming out from Nero, now forcing into the 1v1 on the Scythen, but him and Lucas are able to deal with the situation. Ivy coming back, but Ivy unable to do much, does lose the interaction, meaning the second barrier does fall. Open net situation. Oh, the issue is forced. Nero hitting the circle early does buy him some time, though, for his midfielders to regroup and get into a point where they can't get that defense away. Scythen, crazy work, hitting those dribbles in the middle field, looking to extend the play all by himself, but the primary a little wayward, as is the strike by Sloth. Sloth now losing his second barrier. We're no barriers apiece for both teams in this situation. Oh, but great microspacing up and around that direct shotgun to find the clear. Nero still able to find these corners very consistently, but Aimee just a little too small there. Lucas just a little too small there, rather, and we're able to see Gio just tap that into top corner for Lockdown's first goal of this set.
Yeah, scary enough, Lucas on the Ivy, putting a lot of damage on the Geo though. I mean, there are two instances where Geo kind of got caught in a very, very weird spot and had to just burn the evade, and if they can keep getting evades out of Geo, then potentially Ivory Last has a chance to go for the KO and eventually take it home for themselves. Right now as Giovanni again being very, very aggressive, trying to just get something done, everything being put into the corner. Ivory Lies burns the flip to get the corner out, and of course forcing the issue is Lucas trying to get the core away from Gio, but Gio is still in the corner, is still acting very strong. As Scythen as well, putting in all the work for the most part. I realize missed the DP away as Gio again trying to put the corner in, but Lucas is still there to just keep it away. I mean, these Iron have been pretty much on point half the time, and with that being point on, it becomes a lot more easier to get the offense going and rolling, but the offense is still not too much as Gio falling down and will get KO'd off of the Burger Box or DP off the Burger Box or ult. And now 2v3 power play with Scythen still having a flip raring to go. Can they get the overtime done? As now the core going all the way red. Ivory lies still in the Xeno core trying to get something done, trying to put the corner away as Gio is still going back online. This flip, 2 flips being burned as Nero counter flips it out. And now the Ivan turret again doing so much work keeping the core in the corner. Well, can they set themselves up for success here as Ivory Lies coming up with flip ready to go?
Overtime is doing its thing. Great strike timing by Nero, though, to keep their barrier. Now a box trying to be established by the side of the cards here, but it's nothing is able to find its way through just yet. This is really a stalemate to end all stalemates. Such a long point. Sloth and Nero just both playing so principled, conserving their abilities for when they count, also finding smart strikes, not to mention both midfielders helping to that effect on defense. But there we go. The second barrier does fall, meaning I do believe Lockdown's in a better position to take this point, especially given that only one goalie has dodged, let alone flip. So, I mean, it seems like only a matter of time unless Nero's able to help build up his energy. But building down the energy is Sloth opting to flip, meaning now he's the one without dodge, without anything to catch that, and the primary comes out a little slow, meaning that Lucas is able to find the goal on the board. First goal of the game for the side of Wildcards, so good stuff there.
Beautiful glitch pop sending it home, and that's the great part about this comp. I feel like in general, Ivy just has to play like has the capability to make as many plays as she wants to, and Julie is just there to sit on top of the Asher. And even though it's not being the case right now, they do pick up the big orb. So now a lot of these KO attempts will be getting a lot scarier now as Ivory just needs to get anywhere done, and the flip being burnt for Lucas means that there will be a little bit of an overhang in terms of the energy department as Scythen pushing it into the corner, and Giovanni with flip still ready to go. A lot of damage being built onto Lucas right now, and of course the flip being burnt, being stalled out of Lucas very, very low, and Ivory Lash trying to go for the DP. Won't find it though, as this offense is still very, very strong for the meantime. Sloth still holding on to the flip and everything combined as Ivory Lash finds the first KO. There goes Scythen off the map as the Pommelers is working magic right. It's not even Pommelers, it's just her speed because of the orbs as well. As now first barrier being found, second barrier almost being found too, but Sloth ends up clearing it away with the flip as something comes back online and will find the easy strike to the bottom corner, which puts Lockdown up 2-1 in the first game.
Yep, and there we go. We are finally seeing the poison map to round things out. I think might be a little bit more conducive to the comp of the, of the wild cards here, just because they have this Julie able to lay down the pain. But it looks like to that effect, definitely making things happen. But they do lose the barrier, and the flip is forced out of Nero. That said, Gio is quite low, and Ivy identifying that and not really playing the core, almost getting killed themselves, though. The bit of a speculative primary coming out of Scythen there. Oh, but the flip, anything but speculative. That was clinical angle right to top corner, and Sloth either too slow or too small to deal with that. Great find by Lucas to even things out here in the second set.
Of course, the ball was angled, looking good for now as Lucas still on the chopping block. There's a little bit in terms of the energy department at least. As Scythen picks up the core, will end that first barrier gone. And Sloth again very, very far up. Look where he is in terms of just map positioning in general. He has almost never really been in his own arc, except for the points where he kind of has to be. But otherwise, he's always in the paint. He's always in the pocket trying to find enough value for his team to go score. And there we go. His team is scoring. For the meantime, all three members in their own goal box, in their own half, as Sloth just has everything to play with. All the food being brought on the table. Something with flip too. Can they confirm this goal? And they just seem to can't do so. The energy just isn't lining up for them. And so is the core going all the way back around, and Sloth just having to play defense once again. Giovanni using his ability, trying to get the core away, and Ivory lies still at the forefront, and Sloth having to burn the pass splitter too. this defense is just holding strong for both teams as no offense can seem to get the hold of it, but Giovanni finally finds the opening play, the pass right up to him to find and set the goal in for set 2 being taken by Lockdown as Giovanni again MVP the set. What can he take? He has 1-2 punch, stack from stacks on the board.
Yeah, we'll see. I think Scythen, Scythen. No, Geo is the Drac. Christ alive, man, I'm bad. But yeah, opts for the stacks. That's understandable. Also helps to neuter this Julie. Obviously would really like the mobile. It is now having to opt for demo, which is not too shabby given the fact that this is a double barrier map. And you're never complaining about size on Julie, I don't believe, unless you're getting smacked around. But that's not really the case here. We do see team player coming out on Scythen. That's got to be a block on Nero, because Brawler, as far as I know, gets no team player value. That had to just been a pure spite block on this Atlas to help or not allow his job defending to become any easier. And looks like it might be paying dividends. Unable to find the clear there. The first barrier does fall in favor of the wild cards as they try to surge forward and take the second one. But oh wait, no, it was not. It was out of favor of the wild cards. Never mind. That was Lockdown that took that barrier. Lockdown losing both of their barriers, though. And now it's open net. Sloth once again being put in a bit of a troublesome situation, but equally troublesome up the other side of the pitch. But the patience does prevail from the wild cards. They're able to work the ball out, but there's such a big scary Julie here. It's only a matter of time before they press some sort of button, but it's actually Lucas that finds the correct button there to get the kill up onto this poor Slav Asher. And now we do have a power play with 1 goal barrier remaining, meaning that they are sitting pretty in this point. But Slav's back on the map, walks forward to defend in bot lane and gets the ball out. But scary corner situation with this Julie. It's only a matter of time. There we go. Great confirm by Ivy to get a point on the board for Team Wildcards.
I was gonna say, relative to the team player, I feel like Scythen has been very, very, like, he's doing insanely well as a brawler in terms of just finding Giovanni. I mean, a bunch of the times where they scored, Gio has been on the receiving end on a lot of these passes, and Scythen has just been doing very well containing the core away. And even though Giovanni could fall off the map at any time, Scythen is still looking for all these passing plays to go on. And even though he might not be passing right now, when the goal opens, he will be looking for all those passing angles to find. And that's kind of what gets the value. I mean, the team player pick for Gio is just looking very strong right now, especially if he's playing like that, playing very, very far to the map, and almost to confirm as well. The checkmate almost found, as I realized, has to burn third flip on the defense too. A bit scary in terms of core speed, but Scythen coming in. The pass again, look at the pass to Gio, giving Gio the core and letting him do all the work. Midfielders at this time getting it done as the Drakkar puts it in to even out the points.
Yeah, and Scythen was very well positioned there. I think if Nero goes for the down clear, I mean, he's in a tricky situation either way, but primary might just be about able to tap it in. So it was a good box built in any case, forcing him into that really sticky situation where you just got to ping pong and cross your fingers. And the good superstitious practices did not help there. Does lose their barrier and their goal. And now we're seeing a triple defense, just desperate defense coming out from this wildcard side, but they are able to find the clear, luckily. But Flip in the middle of the park, just outside of the paint, but nothing coming of it. And now Scythen's in a bad way, has to run back and get this orb. In the meantime, his teammates holding against scary Ivy turn. I mean, now it's Gio's turn to be half dead. It's just stutter stepping, continually procking his mag souls, running back and forth across that midway line to just try to live with that extra speed in this kid, and almost surges forward for a sneak attack goal, but is unable to find the correct ability layering, and now pays the price with his life. So scary 2v3 for the side of the cards here, but it just doesn't look like they're going to be able to do anything with it. Okay, never mind me. Great flip coming out just a little early from Ivy there, meaning that they win the interaction. Also, Rob Slop of his flip in so doing. So great stuff. Equally great stuff from Lucas. 4-4-1 right there, finding the top corner and putting wildcards up on the set.
Up on the set. It's kind of what they need to kind of spark this reverse sweep coming in, and we've all seen this tale before where the losing team is down just a little bit, but they're always on the heels. And of course, Scythen doing a lot of the work, trying to put the core in the corner, trying to end the set as quickly as possible, as the core is still not finding the mark though. Lero is doing such a good job holding against Scythen and Gio. Just look at the positioning from all three members of Wildcards. They're playing very, very close knit together. And although it might not look very good in terms of just the passing lanes, the passes are coming across, and Lucas is having insanely good points in time where he is getting a lot of these redirects on, and Ivory Last is just putting on the damage, and the pass almost found just a little bit overled, but it's okay because end up going into the corner anyways as the power play will conclude. And right now the core is still in Lockdown's net, a little bit too close for comfort for them as they want to try to get the core out for now because they still have one berry to earn the speed from Ivory Lies off of getting the orb. It's just so much, and there really isn't anything Sloth can do other than try to guess the 50-50, but Ivory wins 100% of those anyways.
Good play coming out from the Cards. They definitely, it looked like the wind was blowing in their face those first couple sets, but they've definitely found their stride, established some sort of a rhythm. Big part of that has been because of this brawling by Ivy, who is handsomely rewarded with the bulk up, which could prove oh so troublesome, especially especially if there's, is there peak left? I don't know. No, peak was taken by Scythen earlier. Never mind me chatting. In any case, the rest of the draft pretty conventional. We're seeing this stagger pickup from Geo, which is understandable, has been dying quite a lot. And the rest of the draft is just interesting. Interesting pickups, making the best of what you have. We have the Spec trading onto Erasmus. And then equally, onto the Atlas. Granted, I think a lot of his stuff does proc Deadeye, just because look at this build, man. You got the strike shot, you got the siege machine, and you got the M prop. So actually, like, not that bad of a pickup, all things considered.
Nero's just going to be doing a lot of damage, especially since Atlas was gutted a while ago. A lot of damage wasn't considered, but now a lot of that damage is considered now as Scythen again falling off the map due to the 1-2 punch from Ivory means that the passes will be considered. Everything going into the bottom corner as Lucas still has a flip ready to go. Giovanni winning both strike wars and also getting Lucas's flip off of the goal as Nero has to flip again on the defense, and the energy advantage kind of just seemed to be gone for now as Scythen again picking up the pace, winning a lot of these strikers, and Ivory Lies trying to get another orb ready to go. The flip is good, and Slav flips right back in the defense of Scythen, and Giovanni just has to connect once more. The passing plays just have to be considered. Scythen the one pulling it all the way up as the core goes on the top side, and on the unfortunate bounce for Slav ended up just not going his way. Nero slotting it right past the corner and putting it in for wildcards.
Man, they take nothing away from how their teammates are playing, but this Julie with 5 stacks of Orb Dancer is able to do so many really unconventional and helpful things for this wildcard side. I'm continually seeing her run back to midfield because now that you've got so much momentum, the opportunity cost of abandoning a more traditional brawler position is so much lower because you can just get back there so quickly, which means that I think these defenses are a lot easier. They're just generally, I think wildcards are tending to clog up the midfield a lot more. It's a lot harder to get these balls through. I mean, once again, we see that right there. Julie procking the Orb Dancer and just being in the right place to help deal with that defense. Granted, their real midfielders now not looking too good. Still manages to get the barrier as perhaps their last great act. Okay, never mind. Lucas getting the energy reset right there with a really good flip to bot plane. And oh, I've never seen that emote in my life. Okay, cool. But in any case, yeah, really good resurgence by Cards that we're seeing here.
Yeah, the wildcards emo very, very scary and might be unconventional for either side right now as Ivory Lies again doing a lot of the work, I feel like, in terms of just setting Lucas up. Lucas is kind of like the playmaker, and Ivory Lies is just there to brawl, and that's kind of what makes it such a good team because they're able to switch positions very easily. On the other side as well, both flips being burnt. All 3 flips now gone for the side of wildcards. And Scythen burns his own flip too, but now they're at a bigger advantage than they were before too. Whoa, and a kill being found already onto Giovanni is not looking good for the we're looking very good for the wildcards at least because they were able to find the corner as well. It doesn't slot in, but they still have a power play to capitalize themselves onto, and Sloth back to defending, just has to win strike once against Ivory Lies right now because he has no abilities, and Ivory Lies capitalizing with the punch and the strike redirect will set wildcards up for successes. For success as the return card comes in as the Ace of Spades, as currently Balls 441 has a lot to choose from. Super Surge, Twin Drive, Heavy Impact, all on the board for him.
We'll see what he picks up. I think interesting things to consider here. I think, yeah, you just let the Asher get something good. There's no stopping him. Opts for the heavy impact, which is Biss, low-key Biss as hell on Aimi. And also Julie picking up the build diff. Well, equal parts of block on Raz's, equal parts just that's so good on Juliet. We're also seeing Nero pick up this Manu. Pretty understandable given what was at his disposal. I mean, 2 Dead Awakenings in Rampage. Yeah, kind of just have to take Manu there. And rest of the draft, pretty conventional. We do see the quick strikes on Scythian, which could prove to be very saucy. It is a brawler that loves to dribble, and now will be able to dribble even more effectually now that the strike cooldown has been reduced. So we'll see if he can get any value out of that.
And of course, already putting in the pressure is Ivory Lies being all the way there and having enough energy to go for the flip. It seems as a flip. Second barrier is found in the flip, raring to be used. Flip being burnt. Soft counters with the secondary as well as Nero loses his barrier to Giovanni, and now open situation for both melee goalies. It doesn't seem too good, but Tython is still trying to keep the pressure on with Giovanni not really looking in a good spot in terms of HP. Nero still has the flip ready to go, and look at how much damage he did with one primary.
Bang! There we go. Goodbye, Giovanni, for the next 13 seconds. And even in spite of the Orb Dancer speed is only so good as you have a strike to pair it with. Oh, wait. No, wait. I thought... Okay. I thought that Ivy was defending there. Oh my god, they need to put me in a home. In any case, okay, good goal for the wildcards. It's actually Ivy that taps that in and doesn't fail to tap it out. Okay, all good chatting. In any case, good first barrier secure by the side of the wildcards here, continuing to just snowball, it appears, forcing the flip out of Sloth. Sloth not even able to trade the flip for barrier. That is so sad. Just no value for this Asher goalie. Oh, interesting choice there by Nero. But it's whatever. You still have that other barrier to your name. Sloth does not have that luxury anymore, though. Loses his second one to a really good, well-timed dash coming out of Ivy. The flip in top lane, snubbed out by Lucas. Good read, like good attempt on the read on the primary by Scythe in there, but Lucas manages to bait it out, actually, and walk backwards to survive. So really good presence of mind there from the Wildcards midfielder. Still, ball just a loose in the midfield. Great stun by Scythe there to put or render Nero inactionable, allowing that slow rolling caller to just take the second barrier. Now we'll see if anything can happen. We do have direct threatening with flip. That was once again good intelligence from Lucas there to hit the ball back towards his keeper to keep it away from this Drek with flip, who now burns it for fun, meaning not a single flip on the board as we continue deep into overtime.
Now with overtime on the cards, it looks very, very scary for Sloth, who is using his secondary extremely well in most cases. Getting spun onto Ivory means that there's no follow-up play to come in, but core going red, and circuit boards just have to be won. Each member, Giovanni putting it in, forcing Nero to use his flip, and Sloth with the return. The core going red in overtime still kicking in extremely strong right now as Scythen again with the secondary just trying to push the corner and just getting the team to do so. No one pushing the corner, and Giovanni is dead off the map as Ivory Live trying to put the core in. Soft with the path splitter, putting it away, but Lucas still has flipped with everything on his side. Giovanni comes back online, but Scythen still keeps damage going. The core is not going in quite yet as Giovanni is still trying to force something out of Lucas, but they're playing so patiently. Everything just going in as the core goes all the way around. The angle almost found, the crazy angle almost being found as Ivory Live sinks it home and kills Sloth in the back of his own net with flip.
Very good stuff. Holds on to flip too, which is huge heading into this final point. Looks like the cards, they are on the precipice of a reverse sweep here. They just have to have a couple more good executions, and they'll be sitting pretty heading into game 2 of the series. But Lockdown, obviously, worth their weight in gold. Great players, and I think they're going to make it tricky for them. I mean, I feel like if there was an award for like longest point, if we kept that stat, that was probably up there for longest point on the season. That was incredibly long, hard-fought battle by both teams. So it's going to be by no means easy for this wildcards team to land the plane, especially given that the flip has now just been snubbed out. But they do also lose their second barrier. It goes from bad to worse to even worse still. Good tap in by Scythen to finally get a point on the board for Lockdown for the first time in a hot minute. Hopefully, they'll be hoping that they get 2 more.
Scythe breakaway is what the team needs, and we're back on the bounty house once again. The map that seems so eagerly dire to win right now as the top barrier for Sloth goes wide. Scythe with the scaling, with the amount of scaling that he's been doing, is looking in a good spot right now in terms of his build, at least. With the build, he's able to get kind of a lot of pressure really anywhere across the map as long as he's able to get a hold of the core right now. First barrier doesn't go wide though. The strike shot still keeps it away, and Titan is getting bullied and losing a lot of his interactions just due to simple stuns. And he's just unable to really do anything. Flip goes wide, Ivory lies, and Sloth just combating each other, and Sloth goes for the instant trying to get the core away as both barriers burn, and Giovanni almost puts it in, but Ivory lies just in time to put the core away and save it with the ult to stuff up the core for long. As now Giovanni again back in the driver's seat will slot it into the bottom corner, and baby, we're on set 5.5.
Man, we would not have it any other way. We are going late into the night with this one, for sure. But in any case, first barrier falls relatively quickly against the run of play. Once again, lockdown. Disadvantage to start this point out, but the triple defense. Oh, well, the triple defense worked for the time being, but then you just die. So now we've got a Julie threatening in the corner, and Sloth unable to chain the abilities together quick enough, meaning a great come from behind victory coming out of this wildcards team. Great work by that trio, taking, I believe this was Lockdown's map pick too, so taking them to their home turf and winning. Very good stuff. And now they just need to win one more game on Tycho to potentially get a win in this series.
Very well-deserved MVP for Lucas 441. 335 redirects, completely commanding the field for the most part. The way that he took a lot of the scoring opportunities by himself and let Ivory Lies set himself up, set Lucas up to get a lot of these plays off is pretty impressive, and the come from behind victory is kind of what they needed to bring back energy, because of course I think the first two sets they just weren't playing together, but now with the win behind them, they're able to, or at least they feel a lot more comfortable going into the Taiko Temple themselves. And of course, the win from them is going to be very strong for the mental heading into their map pick.
For sure. I think, yeah, they showed that they can hang with the best of them. I think, and we're heading into a somewhat similar map disposition-wise, another confined space, I think, could just run it back. I've also worth noting, crazy 33k damage Atlas. Are we serious? What the hell? He's literally doubled the damage of the other goalie. I just realized that. He's done almost as much damage as Juliet. How did that even happen? What are his abilities? I don't even remember. But that's just an interesting observation to take note of. I think it definitely helped these kills, or helped Ivy find these kills. 10 KOs on the board. Lockdown not able to find a single KO versus the 13 cumulative KOs of this wildcard side. I think that probably proved to be the difference maker in that particular series. I think obviously hard to defend when you're off the power play. So maybe they'll be able to execute a little more on Tycho. Like I said, I think it's probably easier to die on Tycho than it is most Clarion Corp orientation. So we'll see if they can continue to execute this damage heavy game plan, or if they opt for something else. Who knows?
Looking at the stats right now, 3 out of the 4 games that they've well, 3 out of the 4 series that Lockdown has won have been game 1 losses. They lost game 1 versus Blob. They lost game 1 versus Vibe Check. They also lost game 1 versus Cards in weeks 3, 2, and respectively. So maybe this was meant to be. I want to put it out there, because 3 out of the 4 games that they've won, they've lost game 1. 3 out of the 4 games they lost game 1, they've won as well, because they lost the boss in a 2-0 fashion. So, I mean, most of these games were also 3-2 losses. So, I mean, if the math adds up here, then potentially we might see them coming back, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think. Oh, I said yeah again. Anyways, Lockdown has a capacity to come back from these situations. I think we've seen it exhibited time and time again. I think they are definitely mentality monsters, to say the least. So would not count them out, especially like I said, if Slav's just able to play principled defense, especially if given a lockdown with this timeless start, could be able to just hold in perpetuity. So would not count them out. We are seeing the Kai ban come out for starters. Understandable, lockdown not wanting to deal with anybody's Kai, really. Could even be a Kai in between the sticks and that still be miserable. And God, wow, where have I seen this before? It's like Groundhog Day. There goes Estelle. Very creative drafting.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, already on the other side, Kai and Estelle being banned. I mean, Kai just has to be banned straight up because Kai is just insanely good on really any map. And Estelle, of course, a good ban, not just because Geo is the Estelle one trick, but also, well, I wouldn't say Estelle one trick, but Estelle is a very, very good pick for Geo. Probably one, like, literally one of his best picks by far. So, with the ban out as well as Estelle just being a really good character, obviously we're going to go back to Atlas goalie and Asher goalie too, maybe. But it depends on what they want to play. Because, I mean, this can go either way. It could be Asher goalie for Nero, and then you have Ivy on, like, some other character, like Juliet. It kind of depends. It doesn't have to be that way. But Rune on the other side, though, for Lockdown, really interesting.
I think that's probably if I were a betting man, I think it's almost certainly Scythen on the Drek and Geo on the Rune. I think I've seen a similar orientation from this team at least once or twice. In any case, yeah, interesting dynamic evolving with this cards team. Will be interesting to see what this final lock is. I think it'll help inform who the goalie will be. Okay, wow. I mean, I assume it's Dubu in net. Theoretically, you could put either of these on any
Yeah, it's
side of
Super
the
Brawler,
map, and
Super
like,
Brawler, let's
yeah,
go.
low key, not even that, bad. I must say, but yeah, I am gonna assume it's probably Nero on the Dubu and Ivy on the Asher, but I'll knock on wood. I'd be down to see some dubing, some walling the goalie into the net. You don't see that every day, and it's really funny when it happens. But meh, they're probably playing principles at this point. You're playing a good team.
Super Brawler. Yeah, I mean, it could come out. I mean, no, NA people know it. It's the Temple Melon tech, of course. Temple Melon has brought it out way too many times in the game. So hopefully, I mean, if this really becomes one of those moments where it's like, wow, Dubu Brawler. I mean, Dubu Brawler actually works pretty well here, especially with Timeless. I feel like in general, it just stops a lot of the offenses. I mean, this could also be, I mean, if you really wanted to get freaky, then this could be Near or Aimee. If you really want to think about it. Jokingly, of course. Jokingly, of course.
Someone who's good at the game has told me like circumstantially Dubu midfield is actually real on this map. I don't know enough about anything to be able to weigh in on that, but people some have said. In any case, looks like conventional. Yeah, what's it called? Lockdown sticking to their guns. We do have Sloth on the Atlas goalie. No Iron Spear for us. Like I said, Geo on the Runes, Scythen on the Drek, and imminently we'll see what the other team is rocking. It is, yeah, Nero, Strike Shot, Dubu, Ivy, Orb Dancer, forward, and then Balls, 4-4-1, rounding out the midfield on the Simi. Let's see how things go.
No fun, guys. No fun. No fun. Literally, zero fun is allowed in this game, unfortunately. But yeah, well, not both Brawler midfield, but actually, yes, both Brawler are picking Orb Dancer on the start. So, very good way to start things off as Scythen earns both barriers very, very quickly as the core goes all the way around Sloth again, and very, very eminent on the Atlas. And Giovanni on the Rune is actually very, very surprisingly good, I think. Like, especially with that banish right there. I mean, I could tell that guy has played a lot of Rune in this time, I swear.
Okay, here we go. Barriers have fallen. Ivy looking to threaten with flip. is maybe doing so, but Geo able to get back and lay down that portal, meaning that the double barrier cannot be taken. No barrier taken, frankly, up the other end of the field. Crazy TP by Geo. Put his little dude in the ground exactly where it needed to be to slot it past this Dubu. And there we go. First goal on the board. And I believe that point didn't even go to overtime. So, count yourselves lucky because I don't think that's going to happen much this game.
Thinking about it, this is like two creations versus like two creations in there. But I think the rune creation pick on Geo is actually a lot better in terms of team focus, especially when that happens. When Giovanni mind reads you, it becomes a lot easier for Lockdown to put themselves in a good spot.
Great stuff from Rune. Definitely not an Estelle one trick. Definitely able to play this little caster as well. Bot lane looking a little messy. Sloth not able to find the right strike to deal with that turret, but I don't think many people would be able to, frankly. In any case, good triple defense, meaning that Ivy is unable to make things happen. Great patience and layering by the side of Lockdown. Sloth flipping only when he absolutely had to. Crazy redirect, what the hell, but isn't able to hold on the second time of asking, unfortunately. Anywho, now midfield fliporama, still now the energy economy decisively in favor of this wildcard team. Oh, good, wow, just got away in time. Giovanni escaping with his life. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Oh, all good. That's the second time in 2 Taiko games we've seen a mishap off the middle bumper like that. I guess that's just the theme of today, but who knows? Maybe we'll see more.
Yeah, it's just a little bit sus, but it's okay. It happens sometimes with the best of us. The angle just wasn't the right one, and look at Nero go. He is so far in, and Ivory just has to play defense for a little bit and somehow gets away with that. And of course, one barrier earned for their troubles of Scythen walking very, very far up, and Giovanni the one playing kind of the back end zone as Ivory lies, picks it up into the corner. Asher just being Asher, stuffs it in. And of course, Asher against the Atlas, it's a bit hard to kind of graph because and on one side you can Atlas is very good at defending corners, but it also depends on whether or not Asher is in the right position too. Because for the most part, I feel like either team, either side is able to do what they need to do and be able to win any interaction they want to as long as they play it right.
All right. Oh, Dios mio. Here comes the M prop. That said, yeah, Rune wins this draft pretty handsomely. There's no stopping him too. So I think this is going to shake up to be an extremely strong draft for Lockdown here. Yeah, you get Drek with Amprop, Rune with Hot Shot. It's still pretty decent picks coming out of the cards. I mean, team player is always a hot commodity on goalie. So, not the end of the world, and we do see Asher picking up the bulk up. So, more potent kill potential, which I think is going to be the name of the game against this Lockdown team. Maybe we'll see a repetition of what got them the win in this first game, just more killing. Lucas with the extra special, meaning that, oh wow, okay, wow, there we go. Both pickups coming in clutch to the extra special, forcing that wall situation, and then Ivy knocking the poor Drek off the map. So maybe there'll be more of that to come. In the meantime, power play is back online and corner pressure developing, and there we go. Good secure off the wall by Nero.
Scythen back online now, and hopefully they can get things done. Ivory Lies still is very, very fast and very sharp. Again, the Orb Dancer pick is just completely working. The Orb Muncher, as one might call them, as now back to the bottom, back to top corner for both sides of the roster, actually, as Giovanni and Sloth try to get things done, trying to get the corner. Scythen Banish is good, but the pillar is just not. Corner going wide just a little bit in terms of just the bounces for Ivory Lies. The Scythen is still kind of stuck here and has to back away and has to evade, giving themselves a little bit more space to work with. Flip goes up, and Slav is unable to defend that.
This is such a scary situation. Good flip.
Oh!
Oh, okay. Cool. All good. There's a second one in the span of 3 points from Sloth. Interesting interaction there. I guess you can chalk that up also to good play by Nero to deny the outclear there and force the weird interaction with the wall. But yeah, the lockdown goalie not covering himself in glory there, but is able to find a smart strike out the back there to begin to atone for his sins. But now ball is back where the side of the cards want it to be, right in Sloth's face. Sloth with no dodge and also with no midfielder. Granted, you have a brawler midfielder flex helping you in the back, but there's only so much you can do into Ivy and Nero. Nero blowing the flip a little prematurely, got a little over eager there.
Oh, and he's
But,
gone.
I mean, it just doesn't matter. Ivy finding the kill nonetheless. And it almost looks like this is going to be a repetition of that second game where the second Ivy is allowed to just run rampant and start killing people. You get these power plays up the wazoo. And that is where the wild cards thrive.
It's W goalie and flip. We need to talk about your flip ability usage, but it's okay because they ended up getting the. You could technically say they traded the flip for the goal as Lucas again, very low, has to burn the flip now and does so accordingly as Ivory lies trying to set himself in the corner as Nero does lose the barrier off of a rune instant pillar. So I mean that kind of just happens sometimes, but thankfully they're able to rebound very quickly though as Giovanni again putting very far up inside, then getting the core into the corner, but Nero actually stops the goal from happening, and it's good for him because now Ivory lets the chance to go score for themselves. The core in the top corner being set up. Very
Oh
big signals
no.
as Nero misses the strike! The strike shot not connecting!
I have no words, man. I have no words. So that's the second time in 3 points we've just seen pure chaos unfold in the arc. But I guess we've traded one apiece, so we've reached a bit of an equilibrium. They've canceled each other's mistakes out. So hopefully now they are able to reset the mental and know that it didn't really cost them all too much in the grand scheme of things. A lot of ping-ponging in bot lane, meaning that both members of the cards are up to flip, but one has to be burned by Lucas almost instantaneously. Also, wayward roll by Nero means the first barrier falls, but shouldn't be too troublesome. Great Strike War 1 up against Geo, which is never an easy task. Nero able to find the right angle there. Now Ivy slowly encroaching in on this lockdown, going
Oh,
great. I don't even know how the log got there. Like, I guess he must have rolled it through the middle barrier to get there. That was crazy foresight, but really good setup to secure that second barrier from Nero and allow Ivy to just tap it in for the dub there. And now we're at one set apiece, and it's looking like Card's game right now.
wait, what a W log by Nero, putting it right where Sloth would never expect it, especially if it kept rolling. I think it kept rolling, and Sloth thought he could slide it right past it, but the hitbox was still moving, and it ended up going in the right spot as Monumental is still on the board for anyone to take, and Duper will be taking the Monumentals away. So now the draft looking a little bit sour in terms of what Lockdown wants, I feel like, because everything kind of just being taken correctly by the side of Wildcards, and they're looking very in the edge, at least in terms of what they want to take here as the core goes up to the bottom side very quickly as the setup comes in. Banish taking away from the Ivy turret, but the logs. So look at that log. That log is kind of crazy, and in terms of just how much space that covers, that's a lot of space.
This Kill Atlas build is crazy. 1-2 and Stinger. It will be really interesting to see how Sloth starts playing this game now that I think he's decidedly specced into a pretty unconventional way to play the character, but I think it's still definitely possible to get value out of what he's ended up picking up. I mean, especially you're going to need to get that value given how powerful Ivy is right now. The name of the game is probably getting them off the map or otherwise taking them outside of the play, which this extra damage might be able to do. In the meantime, Ivy living and thriving, but Sloth equal to the strike pressure, winning a really good strike war on the goal line to defuse the situation for the time being. Geo, great patience, outlasting the strike from Lucas, but Lucas able to dash back and recover and find Ivy nonetheless. And nobody really eager to challenge that ball on the wall. I think it's just a free ticket straight to hell if you do that. Interesting interaction there. Everyone hanging on to their lives for the time being. Nero almost getting called out by his own log.
Oh!
No! No! Little bit of a wayward primary by Sloth. Once again, I think Nero, like Loki, might have more goals than Lucas on the game right now. But I'd have to fact check that.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of just what happens when you have team player. That team player proc definitely helped out the cards in that moment. There is Ivy sniping. Well, Ivory lies, gets the flip out, and doesn't It isn't able to use it though, but the core still remains on the other side. The primary is good. The strikes are working together now as Lucas with flip ready to go. And Nero also walking up to the Token Fortress. It is almost good as now Nero not really looking in a bad spot right now. He's basically in control of most of the map, and Ivory Lies a lot of the Orb Eaters is doing good. The core will sink in. The pillar placed a little bit too far down to the side, and now the core just ends up sliding right through as Ivory Lies picks it up yet again. That puts Wildcards up 2-0.
Man, it's been a minute since Lockdown has scored. Really looks like Cards are just putting in some crazy work here. Once again, within 10 seconds, within 5 seconds, taking that first parry on bot lane. It's just whenever the ball spawns on Lucas's side, because he has that extra special timeless, he's able to.
Oh my god!
Oh my goodness gracious, Mamma Mia, how many times until you learn? In any case, I'm going to continue my spiel about Lucas briefly. It's just able to exert so much pressure onto that bottom barrier with the timeless, with the extra special, always has ult up his sleeve and is getting barriers very effectively. That was almost a crazy angle found, but they're able to bat it away for the time being. This Aimi Loki is alive. Okay, and able to actually continue to put Slav into some very tricky situations, asking questions of the lockdown goalie with those buttons, but now is having to kind of just walk around, no abilities to their name as they look to push this offense and push the offense to do. Ivy getting a great stun onto Sloth, not allowing this Atlas to flip, and once again, another 3-0 on the set for the Wild Cards.
Yeah, good stun by Ivy to make Sloth not able to use his flip in time, and that slot just works perfectly for him. As Ivy picks up the prime time, any pick for that is good. And now this time we won't be mixing up who is on what team, as Ivy with prime time, and again Sloth kind of just having to take what is left in the draft. Can't even take inner focus because like what happens once Nero gets longer range projectiles? Like as soon as that happens, and Nero, I think with both Monu and Timeless, just becomes a lot harder for you to get really the core anywhere. So I think that pick was kind of necessary, and no matter what, I feel like in general, wild cards are completely in the driver's seat. Right, this is their game to lose, especially with the amount of stacks they have. I mean, especially with Nero having inner focus, it just becomes a lot more harder to get all of these abilities out, especially when it's looking like this, and Lucas trying to get some damage done to Scythe, can't kill him just yet, but the damage still is done.
Let's see the bit of chaos in the midfield. Both teams desperately striking into each other. It's crazy how often Lucas just gets ultimate now. That's two ultimates on the point, and we're only halfway to overtime. Oh, Geo lives. Yeah, he did pick up his patented OIA. There's like never a round where it's available that this guy does not pick OIA. And it seems like you flip a coin, he either absolutely smurfs the hell out of the lobby once he gets it, or he just gets put into endless peril. It becomes completely ineffectual. So the jury is still out on which side the coin's going to land on today, but it looks like it's kind of working out for him right now. Unable to find the pass through the Scythen there. Scythen unable to find the follow-up either off the rebound, meaning that the defense is back towards lockdown side of the field, but they hold, and Nero's going to have a tough time getting it out the back. Yes, right there, Scythen, great call out on the top clear, slotting it right back to where it came from in bot lane and taking a goal for lockdown.
And wild cards, they might not have won that first point, but they're still extremely strong. As long as you just don't get KO'd very easily, it becomes a lot more of a hellish nightmare for Lockdown to really get anything done, especially with the team comp, especially with the IME pushing the core very, very fast. And as long as they can keep the core away from Ivory Lies, it becomes a lot more easy to really do anything as the pass splitter comes down. And somehow, that core just didn't go in. I mean, unfortunately, that's just a well-played interaction by Sloth. And of course, the goal isn't found. The barriers aren't found. The live comes out just in time as both barriers will be found. As the vanish comes a little bit too late as Nero pops his own flip trying to get the coffin still going as Giovanni is looking very, very low. Will get his orb for his troubles as Ivory Lies pushing the core forward, trying to get Scythen off of the wall. And now, of course, Lucas and Nero just have to work together on this offense, trying to keep the core going. The core just isn't bouncing the way it wants to, but finally so. The offense has to sit just a little bit further as Scythen is being pointed very, very weird spot. And of course, the Token Fortress. Look at how big the logs are. I mean, if he goes anywhere like closer to the side, like the opponent's side, it becomes a lot more of a hell of a time to get really anything done. And of course, the log still. Nero's ability usage has been insanely good this game, and even though he might not be saving the berries, he's been putting in the work in the flip, going wide too. The strike shot as well. The flips going all the way around the core, flying in overtime as the core goes again once very, very far as Ivory flies, almost finds the corner if possible. And of course, being low is a death sentence for
Oh my,
her, especially with the orbs and the core just going so fast. There really is no way to keep up with really anything as the
what the?
core goes through the pillar.
I just. Oh my god, what the hell is this point, bro? In any case, okay, looks like we're back to a bit of a lull. Oh my
What a
god, he
clear, what a
almost
clear.
OG'd. He almost OG'd himself with that sword angle. But okay, looks like we're okay, there we go, and we roll upwards for fun. Okay, anticlimactic end to that point. That was a point. That was the point, a point of all time. In any case, Lockdown looked to be once again finding themselves. They were getting smacked around for these first, or I guess the second and third set, but looked to be establishing some form of a flow state here in the fourth. Granted, I think like at this point, most often, whenever the ball spawns bot play, you just put the fries at the bag. That barrier's gone. And now the top one is two, which is not a pretty precarious situation.
Oh,
Interesting attempt on the angle by Nero. I respect the effort, but it's just not quite working out for him. But now we have Lucas charging up the field, threatening with flip, but has to come back and defend, actually, as Lockdown are able to win a couple key interactions to establish some core control, but not for long. Oh, this Asher low-key might be dead. She's not even playing the ball. She's just running towards Geo, but ultimately, I guess, has a change of heart, decides to go control the core instead. And now definitely will be able to control the core quite well now that's been forced into the
oh, what a
confined space.
clear.
But I mean, incredible, once again, incredible strike war win by Sloth and Scythen in the right place to also help work that ball on its way out through the top plane. Both teams fighting for their lives here in this pivotal
Oh,
set point, something like that. But no scoreboard notwithstanding, great find by Ivy there to swing the momentum back in favor of the cards.
yo, that log is like diffing the whole lobby. I mean, the log ended up red coring, and Ivor was just able to capitalize very heavily on that. And of course, that's what happens when it goes into overtime like that. And again, the Tofu log, I mean, Nero is fully stacked. Yeah, he's fully stacked, so it becomes just so much harder for you to really get anything done, especially with the things going on. Two flips burnt on the other side, and Nero again looked in a little bit of a rough spot. Kind of has to give up the first barrier, but look how much damage Siphon's taking, and Sloth just can't really do anything. Ivory Lies pushing it forward, pushing the core forward, but has to pay with a lot of their life. Not really left for the world as now Giovanni picking very low. Sloth with the extra save just in case anything bad happened, but now Nero keeping the core away, and somehow that berry isn't taken. Two banishes coming out, and Giovanni still looking extremely low, just has to run away, and now he's staggered.
Geo playing his life extremely well this entire point is able to somehow
And he's
okay,
gone.
bye, lol. But okay, in any case, Slav probably able to win a couple key interactions here in this top corner. Oh my god, just win Strike Wars for fun. But the core speed means Ivy tries to get creative, throws it back to Lucas, but is unable to find the connection needed to slot that ball home. And now we do have Geo back on the map. Unfortunate blow of the flip coming out of Scythen means that this might be Curtis, but great flip out by Sloth prolongs the point. Another lease on life for Lockdown in this point. This Atlas throwing everything and the
Oh,
kitchen sink at these defenses, but they unfortunately don't hold. Good strike by Ivy, and now we are on match point, series point, if the side of wildcards are able to just put one more past this Lockdown team.
it's somehow in some way that wildcards are bringing this back as fast as possible. One barrier found for Ivory Lies, and almost a second one too. Flip Burt prematurely, as now Sloth has a saving grace just for a little bit as the pass burner doesn't find its mark quite yet. Ivory Lies pushing the core extremely far forward as Siphon just trying to find any offensive pressure, but he just can't. The Tofu Fortress wins.
Dang.
Geo is dead, and now 3v2 power play for the wild cards. The boat, the ace of spades, coming in clutch, and now can we see the river card? The river card isn't looking too good. The core is going all the way
Oh,
around, but
wow.
Lucas finds the corner in the end, and of course the boat, the ace house, finally completed as the 2-0 victory for wildcards goes straight to them.
Man, did not have the cards 2-0ing lockdown on my EUSL Week 6 bingo card, but here we are. Crazy DC from one of them as well. So it kind of goes to show where their headspace is at coming out of that game. But in any case, wow, hats off to the side of wild cards there, especially I mean, look at those redirects from Lucas. Crazy presence, not to mention involved in so many goals, but involved in equally many goals as Niero. I think of the two lockdowns, getting so much more value out of this Dubu pick than this Atlas pick, at least as far as going forward and applying pressure is concerned. Literally every single member of that wildcards team was involved in the exact same amount of goals, everyone getting 6 goal contributions on the board. So great team play coming out and getting them the victory in this series.
Guys, log down. Oh my god, what a play! That log is actually insane. I mean, the amount of value that it got over and over, it's kind of crazy how much value Nero got. And of course, that kind of just comes down to the inner focus pick. The inner focus had so much value, but also we can't really discount the fact that Geo was kind of bossing up with the OIA pick. He only died once. He's only died twice actually. He died at the end of the point, and he also died to like some like really weird bounce. But other than that, like he's been surviving, and that's what kind of what led him to kind of push the map a lot further.
Yeah, he does. Like I said, if you give him OIA, I think he takes it every day of the week. It doesn't. You can put him on DD into a damage comp, and he'll still probably take OIA. I don't know why. It's his favorite thing in the whole wide world to do, and I mean, it pays dividends. I think he was definitely starting to boss things up in the midfield, but it just wasn't. It wasn't their day, unfortunately. But likewise, very fortunate for the side of the Cards to notch to get their revenge, given that they were beaten 3-2, no 3-2-1 in terms of games when they played each other in week 1. So definitely a good reversal of the tempo there and notching themselves into contention for the playoffs. And there will be more EUSL action for you after this break, but we are going to throw to a break, get you a new set of casters, and stay tuned for the next couple of matches. We got Turkey's Cats versus someone coming up next. I forgot who that someone is. I don't know. Someone tell me. I don't know. But yeah, we'll throw to
Yeah,
break real
it
quick.
is. Yeah, it's Turkey's Cats versus Vibe Check, and then Blob Gap versus Boss as our last two games.
Okay, sick. Now we can go to break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to more Week 6 of EUSL. I'm joined this time by Imac. How's it going? We're here for Cats versus Vibe.
It is me giving the cool vibes about the cats because they're my team and I'm not gonna be biased or anything.
We'll see about that, but hey, on the cat side, we have, of course, Love Wah, Wah Owner, and Wah Owner. What a serious string of names we have there. And for our sanity, it's not going to be easy to remember all those. And on the other side, I'm not sure if they are going to be fielding their starting roster. I'll have to take a look at that myself. But if it is, we have Ata, Yuki, and SMG. And the map draft has already been completed here, right? Game 1 is going to be Vibe's map pick of Taiko Temple. And Game 2, we are going to Turkeen's Cats map pick of Gates of Obscura. And the decider, decided by Vibe Check, of Clarion Test Chamber for Game 3.
I mean, sadly, nothing too surprising. No Inkies, no Amy's, nothing too fun to be had here. I think we're gonna see just more of what we've seen in the previous series, which might be a lot of set fives.
All right, just got word. It is actually going to be Lila playing two series on stream in the same day. I think the first time for any single player in the competitive scene, if I'm being honest, because it's very rare for two leagues to run in the same day, and for someone to be able to sub for both teams, crazy. So Lila will be subbing in for SMG alongside Ata and Yuki.
Damn, we're gonna see a lot of Lila today. Hopefully, if I remember correctly, and I haven't been lied to, I do think Lila did lose the one game she played today, so let's hope for their sake to see them winning.
Hey, I mean, we very well might see more wins out of them. I didn't really get a chance to catch most of that first series. I think I only showed up around that end of game 2 or game 3 point, so not too familiar about the early parts. But with Lila in, I do want to see what VibeCheck has to offer. As reminder, both of these teams are actually sitting very close to the bottom of the leaderboard. I think VibeCheck at 1-4 and Turkeen's Cats at not just 0-5 but also 0-10, yet to pick up a single game this season.
Yeah, and we're looking at halfway through the season. Every team is kind of looking at a either rather equal record or a positive one. The worst one, besides Turkeen's Cats being 0-10, is VibeCheck with -3. So even though they're just basically separated by one game, it's 1-4 against 0-5. I feel like just from what we've seen so far this season, this should be a game where VibeCheck just gets the control and runs with it, but as a completely unbiased source, I do hope that we get to see the first win for Turkeen's Cats this season.
And hey, speaking of wins, we are going to be heading to our first map. That's a win for us as casters as we finally get to see content. Hell yeah. Among Titans, Timeless Creators start Atlas Asher Band, and we're getting fast through this draft as Cats first pick the rune likely for Noctilite, and then you have the X and Vice locked in for Vibe Check.
Lots of damage on the side of VibeCheck. Atlas banned away from the sides of Cats. Yeah, I was about to say some defensive would be nice now. Can give a little bit of that. And also not that bad with Timeless, but I do think they probably will go among Titans on all of them. Though with Rune and now taking Timeless would also make somewhat sense. Looking at probably the goalie pick here is the last one for Cats. Probably something more defensive.
Probably Brawler, I would assume. Yeah, there it is. There's the Julie. Yeah, because it would make a lot of sense for the rune to fall to Noctilite or Wa Owner, being one of their premier picks alongside stuff like the Kai, the Kazan. And then one thing I also am curious about is Are we going to continue to see this role swap that Cats has been doing? I think they did it last week. I'm not sure if they're going to do it again this week. Hey, at this point, they might just be looking to have fun and see what wins they can pick up.
I will not say anything about that. I do have information, but surely they wouldn't swap for fun.
All right, well, we will have to see if that's the case. And hey, to round out this draft, we do have the Finny picked up, so definitely a strong set of damage picks. And one thing that I don't know if this is a bit of an understated thing or just things that something that people don't really think of too much is normally you don't always have to opt for triple Among Titans on an Among Titans start. Like, yes, it sucks to not have the speed, but sometimes there are strong enough picks that you can, afford to not go for. But I think when you're playing into a damage start and your other awakening is Timeless Creator, it feels bad to not have that on, multiple creation characters when the enemy team is running damage and they will have the speed of Among Titans as well. So I think that's very scary, and I don't think there's any question. We should just be seeing 6 picks of Among Titans here.
I mean, having 6 picks of Among Titans would also mean that Timeless Creator gets back into the rotation, right? Potentially,
it does. But that means it's no longer guaranteed for Rune, right? And we all know how much Rune loves this Timeless Creator. And hey, we'll have to see how the drafts play out, because what if Rune MVP is this first set, picks up the Timeless, and then now you're suddenly chilling for Noctilite?
Yeah, but at the same time, we could also look at the same thing happening just the other way around. Rune hitting the absolute god-awful, not even level 2 after set 1. Last pick.
Yeah.
And has to take build diff or something.
Yeah. Well, that's something we will have to see as we load into the game. And I think these teams finally starting to get ready a little quicker than our first series this morning. At least that's what I hope. On the East Coast of North America, it is already 1:30. We're like an hour behind when I'm typically used to starting these series. And I think, almost an hour and a half behind when we started last week for our third game of the day. So in Europe, these are going to be late games.
I mean, where I am in Central Europe, it is currently 7:30 p.m.
Yeah.
And it could be worse. I don't want it to be worse, but it could be worse.
Okay, this is Block 3, Game 1. You have to keep that in mind. And, well... Right, okay, so this is now a different role swap than what we saw last week. We do have Turkeen going back to Brawler, but now Spring is playing goalie, and we have Noctilite on midfield.
But the Noctilite rune is definitely something you said that we would get, so
Yes.
Nice on predicting that. Ata on Fini makes sense as well. Besides that, I think all picks were where we supposed they were. And of course, also everybody taking Among Titans, so we will not see any bigger size creations for set 1.
Yeah, and I mean, notably, this is actually going to be the Strike Shot Now, which I've seen a lot of Now goalie, at least in North America, and it's been a really good pick. Right now, I think it is a little weaker than it normally is, but even then, a lot of the time, it's just been the momentum boots that's been picked on that, unless you are the GOAT himself, Jayrix. No one's know of Jayrix lore, but that's another story. But I'm curious to see how the Strike Shot Now will function, especially on a map like Taiko Temple, where it tends to be relatively closed off.
I was expecting first goal. We see his first goal. After a good defense from Now, Yuki still gets that first goal. And so far, it looks quite difficult for Cats to defend.
Yeah, definitely not easy indeed, and this damage already shaping up to be a little spooky as we see WA owner here take a lot of damage. The X-Maximus completely staggering them, though they're able to just run away, grab some orbs, put some hurt back onto Yuki now, and first barrier still surprisingly enough alive for the side of Vibe Check. I thought for a second it was taken. They do at least get the flip out of a toss, so it's not the end of the world. And the barrier falls there, a bit dangerous. Flip forced out by Lila, but she does take the barrier with that, and the offense continues as a good big finish from Ata means that the core still isn't able to skip the side of Cats.
We do have a flip on the side of now, but you would always prefer not to use it, obviously. Both sides have open barrier now, or open cold round.
Yeah, still not looking ideal as the X Maximus is popped, but it's just stuffed out by Yuki and Lila. The flip out by Spring, nearly good, but unfortunately just not there in time. And, well, Vibe Check already looking very strong coming into the series.
Vibe check, checking the vibes of the Cats, and so far they're looking very not good. As I say this, as I double say this, 2 KOs, equalizing this position on the field, but Vibe check still with ending up with the open goal.
Yeah, we're looking like a bit of that AFK on your team solo queue moment as we see that 2v2 just momentarily, and now it might be a 3v2, but hey, maybe not if Spring just goes forward, gets it done with a good teleport, and, well, Ata's defense there unfortunately nowhere to be seen as I think she was actually just out of abilities. Now, for the side of Vibe, they somehow find this double barrier. Crazy, the X Maximus popped in the corner there. A lot of damage onto Turkeen. Good clear, outfound by Spring. A good evade now by Turkeen. And the damage still there. The misdirection not connecting means that Turkeen still lives to see another day. The offense still kept forward by the side of Cats. That second barrier does fall. But now it's just a question of can Yuki and Lila rotate this out, or will the Cats score? It's really close, but no momentum boots means that Ata is a little slow there. Good bit of damage, and it just goes right down the bottom side. Cats are looking to come back in this first set.
I mean, we see the 2-2 in the first set, something we have seen quite a lot today, and it might be a bad omen for the rest of the series, but that just means that we're gonna see a more competitive game.
Yeah, hey, competition's always great, especially when that means your day of EUSL is very long, and oh, the flip force there, it's stuffed though. And now, Noctilite not looking great in terms of their health bar. Same thing with Turkeen, as Turkeen's the one who gets taken off. That's a double kill there. And now it's a 1v3. It's up to Spring to see if they can survive for just a little longer. They don't save that barrier there. Not just pass. It should be slotted in. And that's Yuki taking the first set for Vibe Check.
Unthankful position there for Spring in the end. Just 1v3 against Vice and X. Something you can't really defend, and there is a lot of good things in this draft. We see Heavy Impact, we see Deadeye, we see Extra Special, everything the side of Vibe wants, honestly.
I mean, I think this is the damage draft, and hey, you talk about typically how damage doesn't actually do particularly great in the early game until they've been given a chance to scale. Well, these are the scaling options now. You have Heavy Impact on the Vice. You have a Stagger Deny Away by the X, who also just gets hit up a lot, so they can live a little longer. The Deadeye for Ata, and she's been connecting a lot of abilities, so it's gonna be a lot of value. But on the other side, we do have some pretty big prio picks, right? The Extra Special Rune is no slouch, right? The Monu now, timeless for how good it is, no pun intended. And the Super Surge on the Julie, just, you can get some really freaky KOs with that.
Freaky KOs, but doesn't look like KOs are something that will happen on the side of Cats right now. With Vibe just on the attack the entire time, getting barriers really early, Yuki with the double barrier quite early, and then just good buffering there for the attacks. Or coordinating.
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
the word.
Well buffered out, right? We do see the first barrier falling there, and a good bit of damage. As I said, right, Finny, Vice, X, so brutal, and the brutality is being seen here, but hey, maybe the corner offense will do something, but bang! That's the Deadeye out by Ata. A little bit of damage on the other side as well, and now Turkeen's the one looking low. Really not ideal, and they lose the double barrier.
Barrier, but do take the last one from the side of Vibe as well. But it still doesn't look too great.
Yeah, not ideal for the side of Cats there, as I think I just saw a pinball moment there for Turkey as they bounced off the corner drum into the center drum into death or something along those lines. And, well, on the bright side, energy situation isn't looking amazing for Vibe Check, but it's also just looking worse for Cats, as they've just been permanently evading every single ability out by Vibe Check, and it's not even like a misplay. They just have to because of the sheer damage. It just feels so bad as Yuki just scores another one, taking another clean set.
They have so much damage on the side of Vibe, which kind of surprises me, because do keep in mind that Cat did ban the Atlas, which could have helped them a lot, I think. Looking at the draft right here, we have Gasolas not probably going to get through to Rune, and even then, we have so many good things for the sides of Vibe that it might not even matter.
Yeah. Reptile Remedy, more scaling for this X on Stagger, and also a great deny wave from anyone on the other side, giving them no chance to live. Stinger is arguably, honestly, a good deny away from the side of away from the side of Vibe, as that would be brutal to deal with. But I think Vibe Check realized we've gotten enough damage scaling. We can just now start building core control and just out core control the team, because that's the way for the enemy team to win, and that's why they pick up Hotshot. That's why they pick up more speed in terms of the Reptile peak scaling, the stacks. It's just so brutal, but despite that, Cats find a way to take that first double barrier.
Yeah, and something to also keep in mind, it's not a lot, but Stinger against stagger stacking from X, it's something at least, you know?
Yeah, definitely something, and I'll have to see if they can do more. Good Super Surge dash attempt by Turkeen, and now it's just a flip by Yuki. Oh no! The fake out by Lila to bait out Spring's flip, a little brutal, and the orb is just denied. Turkeen and Noctilite, they're just getting beaten up. It just seems like Vibe hates them, and, well, that's the goal found out by Vibe Check.
I have no words. It is looking like certain
Ooh.
fun currently happening. Because Noctilite was healthy until I blinked, and then suddenly he was gone.
Yeah, I mean, I was just like cleaning my eyes out for a sec, and I just opened them again, and I see Noctilite's HP bar just suddenly gone. And yeah, that's to be expected with Fiddy Vice X, but despite the fact that it is to be expected, it just gives you Whiplash every time you see it. And that's a kill there, Whiplash given over to Turkeen, and now the pass back up to Lila, who's just charging the Supernova, leaving Spring with no place to clear. We're nearly on a Game 1 win as match point is reached for Vibe.
Yeah, it's looking dark. It's looking bad for the side of Kurtz. But you have to say, like, just the game plan from Vibe Check, this seemed to be like just killing them at any point possible, and that one's working quite well. Also, Yuki has been getting, like, I think at least 2 double barriers every single set. Another one right there! Like, this X needs to be stopped. I haven't seen a single time where X takes one barrier and not the other right after.
Yeah, and a really good banish there, out by Noctilite there to deny any chance of Supernova making a play. And now the big finish, it just sends it right in! Oh no, Cats just losing a second set in a row, 3-0. And, well, that is Vibe Check with a dominant Game 1.
Dominant indeed. I do think we saw like a 2-2 in set 1. And after that, it was just really good draft from the side of Vibe Check, and yeah, just complete domination going on from there. And I think you can see exactly what we were talking about before the game. Like, even though these teams are only separated by 1 win, right? It's 1-4 and 0-5. The differences is definitely a lot more different.
Yeah, I mean, it's a massive difference as you kind of also take into consideration their game differential, right? And now with this, you do go to 6 and 8 compared to 0 and 11 for Turkey's Cats. So despite the fact that Vibe Check is 1 and 4, they haven't lost that many more games than they've won.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
Like
just-
it's basically the perfect thing you want to see if you're down there, fighting for the playoff spot, because only the top 4 teams advance, and the team above you, which is wildcard, is just one win away, or was 1 win away. They should be 3-3 now after beating Lockdown, but at the same time, like if Vibecheck wins this, then again it's just one goal or 1 game difference. And we're halfway past the season. Like, you want to get to a place where you can secure that spot right now, or just at any point, and winning these games right now, especially against the one team that probably you should be winning against, considering where they stand right now, I think that's just really good, and we're gonna see how this continues going into game 2 against Cats, which is going to be on Gates.
Yes, game 2 will be on Gates, and on the bright side, it is Katz's map pick. So, hey, it might just be something that Spring has some more familiarity on when it comes to picking goalie, right? Because Spring, honestly, like, the Now didn't look terrible, but it just felt like there was some sort of discomfort with that goalie pick, and I'm not really sure what to do about it.
Yeah, I mean, they are certainly trying things. Not necessarily like working, obviously. I do think if we just look at the game, the last one, just isolated as the first set, I think I saw a lot of good things there from both sides. But after that, I think just the coordination from the side of Vibecheck was a lot more coherent, a lot more. They were a lot more present and knew exactly what they wanted to do, right? So yeah, if we're going to Gates and they still have a plan they want to execute, then I think that this is the time where you kind of need to show that you're still there, you're still kicking, right? And if Cats doesn't show that right now, we might be looking at a most certainly not going to compete for playoff.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, it is also very, very rough. I think they need to win, like, all or, at least try to win 3 or 4 games and sneak in at, like, 3 and 7 or 4 and 6 into playoffs. But yeah, I think also speaking for Vibecheck there, in terms of their first set today, it looks like Lila was still just kind of shaking off some of the rust, even though she did get a bit of a warm-up earlier with Ask against Bonk. And have to see if she can continue the momentum that she showed in the second half of this game, as once Vibecheck felt that synergy going, they just had the momentum to just run away with the game.
Yeah, especially with like the coordination on the KOs. I think there was like none to almost none missed KOs if they went for some, and that's always something. If you run a comp like Fini, Vice, and X, I think that's perfectly what you want to do. You will always want to have someone staggered or have someone be KO'd. I don't think any one of them was running pummelers. I might be mistaken. But even without or with pummelers, like, that's just how your team comp goes. You have a lot of damage, you have a lot of kill potential, and with the X and the Vice, you also have somewhat of a kill confirm, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly both X and Vice, but I think Vice does a lot with just being able to kind of get the team low and Cats realize that, especially on a heavy impact start. It's never a Berserker start. This Awakening is so fake. It's a 6 heavy impact regardless start. And yeah, they banned the Vice justifiably, and Vibe Check say, hey, damage worked last time, why don't we play it again? And they want to ban the Atlas as such, and the Estelle pickup for Cats means that Vibe likely picks up the Imi here, along with the X. Or could be Finny X, actually.
Yeah, how wild would it be if we just run it back with a different midfielder? Gates, I think, not that similar to Tycho, but also not too different. You like to go into the corners on both maps, so having X and AB does sound really good. Kai also really good, being picked up here. For the sides of Cats, I think the stealth pickup is definitely something good, but at the same time, like, it is going to be difficult to get through if that Kai is going to be on the midfield. I think it's going to be quite hard. You need something that just bursts through, right? And we see Kazan Amy.
Hey, Amy Kazan will definitely do that, and that does mean we are going to have a backline of Imi and Estelle. Question is who is going to pilot what? I'm not really sure. It's... Wait, hold on. Okay, assuming that they're running like roughly the same roles, you know, with Spring goalie, I actually very much think this could be Spring Imi goalie, and then you see Turkeen on the Estelle and Noctilite playing Kazan brawler.
Yo, we see Cannon comp.
Oh, hell yeah. It's Era, Kai, X. And as for these players, I think it is actually... I don't know. I don't see much Era goalie in EU. You know, it's a little unfortunate. I love watching Era goalie. It's such a fun pick to watch. But, hey, it seems like EU just does not want to pick it.
I don't think this is Era goalie.
Yeah, I think for that reason,
if I look at the picks and I look at the players, I don't see like I don't see it necessarily to have Ata on Era and Lila on the Kai, so I would assume that's Kai goalie instead of Kai midfield. Could still be possible. Might as well, you know, at this point, just go for the flex, go for X goalie. You know, in Europe we have a saying, X goalie good.
Yeah, knowers know of the Zoli himself. Some say that he's a bit cultured, or you know, maybe a bit of a weeaboo. But we will have to see if that X goalie does come to fruition. I highly expect it to not be the case, as
yeah,
Yuki
it's
gonna be dominating on the X.
It's gonna be Kai goalie, Era midfield. And
Yeah.
X forward, most likely. However, I will say we're going to see Amy goalie. And it's going to be
yeah, I think so. I agree with you. Amy goalie makes a lot of sense here. Just with what's available, unless, you know, they decide to do some really funky stuff and move Noctilite back to goalie, and then put them on the Kazan, and then you have like an Amy Estelle forward. Like, that's a possibility as well.
I mean, everything could be a possibility with this team. We've seen a lot. A lot has happened in the past few games. A lot of funny things. And we might as well see just Kazan goalie and Estelle Amy midfield or forward.
Yeah,
we're about to load into game,
some...
but funny loading screen bug. So
yes, technical
we're gonna
difficulties
see it
on our
run
end.
again.
Yeah.
I was kind of talking to see if we get answers while I'm talking, and then the loading screen kept going.
Yeah, I may have to do a restart on my game really quickly, because my game is a little broken right now.
GG. While you're restarting, I will just keep talking about the beautiful awakenings, Heavy Impact and Berserker. I personally think Berserker is a fun and cool awakening that should never have gotten the speed removed. But then again, with the speed given, I think it was a lot stronger, so it makes sense. Looking at everything that we have in as the picks, I think there might only be like one pick of Berserker. The rest is probably going to be running Heavy Impact. And yeah, I think besides that, there's not going to be too much special things going on. I think we're gonna see a lot of max soul slick kicks going around this game, and yeah, probably with if Spring is going to be on that Amy, it's gonna be eject button. But I'm willing to be surprised. We've seen in the past Layfire run the slick kicks completely into the momentum boots completely intentionally, right? Ether is not a knower, or he's ignoring me. GG. Or he may have just restarted. Also possible. Okay. Yeah, we're waiting until Ether is going to be back. I have not a lot to talk about, so I'm going to talk about how great this game is going to be. We're going to see how predictions are going. I'm going to say, because I've seen people say, over or under, Cats gets a goal next game. Obviously, they're going to score. They're going to win a set. I'm going to predict that one as well, while we're at it. And because I have to be a little bit of a coper right here. I'm going to say that they're also going to win this game, just because of how bad the comp is that Vibe picked, because it's a lower comp, and in the lore they lose, so they can't be the best, right? They have to lose. Only makes sense. I have nothing else to say. It is currently 1-0 for Vibe, yes. Game 1 was on Taiko Temple, went 3-0. In total, it was 2-9 in goals. Set 1 was a 2-3, the rest was a 3-0. Vibe Check did, in fact, completely massacre Cats in set 2 and 3. So that was game 1. We're currently waiting for game 2 with technical difficulties, and I'm yapping I'm yapping to bridge the time until we start, because we just had a loading screen bug. It's going to be fine, and I'm certainly not currently struggling to fill the time, trust me. Yeah, besides that, you see the draft on the screen. We have the Viceban, who was played by Lila in the last game. Very, very prominent. Got, I think, the highest damage in the game. Might have also been Ata on Fini. Most damage last game. Yeah. Ether, come save me, please. You're doing great. Thanks. I'm doing my best. I am talking to myself. I've been informed we might be sending it to break until Ether is back. I guarantee you, the second we go to break, Ether is gonna be back. So this was shitso casting. Thumbs up emoji. I've been informed that he is booting, so surely he's going to be back, right? Right? I'm not talking to myself. Ether is definitely there. The fact that the image isn't there means nothing. He's back. See, he's back. We're so back, guys.
Yeah, we are working on getting back into the game. Seems I had some technical difficulties on my end. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what I was going to mention, I think, before I hopped out for a moment. Yeah, enlighten me. What are your thoughts on this draft, Amac?
I've been talking about the draft for the last 10 minutes, I feel like.
That's exactly why I asked you.
The draft, I think, putting all the cope aside, I think from the sides of vibe, I think is just a good combo. Having that Kai on the goalie, Era X, something that can really just push through basically everything. We don't have too much defense on the sides of Cats with Amy or Estelle in the goal. I think if you just if Amy doesn't have her turret, forcing your way through just seems quite easy at times, you know. But we know Spring as Amy connoisseur really good, so I'm willing to bet that Spring is going to find ways to defend that I was unaware of, and we're gonna see just peak gaming.
Yeah, that we very well might see. And yeah, this draft okay, it's not exactly as I thought. So we do have Noctilite still playing the midfield. We're not going to see this Kazan brawler for Noctilite. He will just play the Estelle, because I think in the last week where Turkeen was playing midfield, they were locking in the Estelle, I think, and they're looking pretty okay on it. And on the other side, Era Kai X, do we see the Era goalie, yes or no? And the moment of truth, as it's revealed, it is going to be Kai goalie. Okay, this Mom Boots, not eject, notably, and we have 5 heavy impact picks, and Yuki actually opting for the Berserker. Interesting.
I mean, that's what I said while you were gone. I personally like Berserker a lot. It was a lot better when it still had the speed. It says it still has speed. It doesn't. It has 0 speed, even though it's still in the tooltip and everything. But I still like it. So I respect the pick.
Yeah, and the person who's not getting respected here is Turkeen, just getting completely dumped off the map, no questions asked. And now in the corner is this Era X comp, and that's exactly where you don't want to be. Good barrage, though, out by a Ta to deny that flip. And now they do buy enough time for Turkeen to return to the map. And it is an open net, though, but I mean, doesn't really care too much about the open net. Like, it's not the end of the world. It's not like an Atlas who you can just pass around. And, well, in this situation, it looks a little dangerous, as I think Yuki doesn't have this X Maximus anymore, so it makes things a little more difficult to score with. And notably, Kazan has also reached level 2, so Turkeen's Cats is actually looking to be in an okay spot.
Unfortunate there on the side of Vibe Check at a missing flip. In the end, not too important as the barrier still stands. As I say this, barrier falls. Teehee.
Yeah, barrier does fall there, and now they do have to buy a bit more time for Turkeen to come back, unless Noctilite wants to just score by themselves. And a good pass actually down by Yuki to Lila, recognizing that Spring just wants to interrupt the offense, and oh, nearly scored there. A little risky. Lila gets right in, flips, but the flip is interrupted by Spring. A good well-timed interruption there, and now it's a little dangerous here, as all the Kazan has to do is wait for the hook, and they're just dribbling forward, they're just dribbling and finding the angle through a good barrage to deny any sort of offense there, and now the pass up to Turkeen, the flip down to Turkeen, as Spring nearly finds it there, but now it's Lila off the map, good pass sequence, and it's Turkeen taking the opener to game 2.
Not only does Cats get a goal, they get the first goal, which is very important. Looking at the comps, I think the side of Vibe has really great scaling, but so does the side of Cats. So winning first set might be something very important to both of them, and having the first goal always gives you a little advantage. Nice Giga there from Ata, getting the kill on Noctilite.
It very much looked like heavy impact actually did make the difference there, and oh no, a bit of an awkward angle means that the barrier is taken by themselves, and now good strike were one out by Ata, and they do get to step through the portal momentarily, take that second barrier, and now it's Lila who gets taken off the map. It's a little awkward here, but Ata saving the point with a good flip of her own.
Nice equalizer here with the flip, but then again, you don't have that flip on the defense now, so might be a way where Cats can look to punish. And they do get a good kickoff, as I say this, 1 down.
Yeah, 1 down on each side, but not in terms of players, and may look to be in terms of players pretty soon, as Lila is just running away from Turkeen as best as she can. But Portals, that's one way to run away, and a good hit stun out by Noctilite pushes Lila back up to Turkeen, who can secure that finisher. And now Yuki nearly taking Turkeen off the map. A good hold here out by Ata as well. Flip still available for Spring. What can they do with it? Maybe not much of anything. They're just going to hold it for this next offense, and the turret a little awkward. They find the angle out to clear just momentarily, but now it's getting to the corner, and Turkeen's the one who's getting kind of hurt.
A lot of KOs, a lot more than I was expecting. Then again, we have a lot of heavy impact on the map right now. It never feels like an advantage for either side, because there's always like either 1 or 2 people dead, but never for one side, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, it's really hard for them to find their conversions, but as I say that, Yuki does find a conversion of her own, and now Lila just trying to shove it through that bottom side. It's going right up to Yuki, the crooked leverage and the topspin, just buying some damage and some space for Turkeen to work with. A pass up from Lila to Yuki, back down to Lila as it's cleared out by Spring. Ata looking for an angle of their own, and now it's the crooked leverage down to the bottom side. It's a bit awkward here as the flip is available for Ata. Now pass down to the Kai, and now Noctilite's the next one who has ownership of the core, and the owner's owner is the one who owns Vibe.
Who won in set 1? We've seen, I think we've seen this happen in the first game as well, right before the things happened. But this is, do keep in mind, this is the map pick from Cats, so they might have something planned here, right?
Yeah, definitely looks to be the case with how they've actually looked compared to that game 1, and now the counter flip there out by Spring doesn't really do too much. It just stops them from losing that barrier, which in and of itself is pretty important. And the Giga Blast up from Ata, pretty good. It just sets Yuki up for a really good spot, and now Turkeen not looking great. The flip also burns Noctilite's flip there, and still gets the goal despite that. Very well played out by Yuki.
Very nicely done. Turkeen does survive, keeps almost all of the energy, almost ready to flip. Looking at just energy in the entire game, Turkeen's Cats only has 1 person even close to flip. And being on the defense without flips in the last point of the set is never something you want to be at, right?
Yeah, definitely not fun, and there we go. That's the first barrier already taken out by Vibe Check, and that's a kill onto Noctilite there by Yuki. Spring and Turkeen just trying to push forward to see if they can do much of anything. Flip burned out by Turkeen there,
Nice
and a good
defense.
save out by Spring just to buy some time for Noctilite to return, and now it's just up to Ata to see if they can continue to feed the core forward. Where's the flip? The flip goes into the barrier. Now Lila's just setting up Yuki, and Yuki finds the angle right above the turret and right below Spring. First set going to Vibe, and last game, the first set was also 3-2, so it's very possible that we could see another series of 3-0s, unless Cats shore things up.
It does look like exactly the way the first set went. Looking at the Awakenings, I do see good things for basically everyone. Be able to be picked up. A lot of stagger, a lot of size going around, a lot of survivability as well. So everybody's gonna get something they want. And going into the next set, I think, looking at the entire game, I think I still would prefer the side of Vibe over the side of Turkeen's Cats, but set 1, I think, was very well played. They just had to get that last goal, which they didn't. And speaking of, they are one person down and still got both barriers. But sadly, eject button a little bit too far forward there.
Yeah, unfortunate there. And one thing I do want to talk about is this last draft. I'm really curious as to why Turkeen really decided that Rampage was the pickup there. I'd imagine if you want to opt for size, Demo is the better pick. But I actually think there's a world where Tempo Swing would have been the better play there, as they don't have Vicious Frambrace this game. And there's been a surprising amount of damage coming out from the Kai, X, and Era. And, well, we will have to see if that continues to be a problem, or if this Rampage pickup was correct,
really nice
as
kill.
they're continuing to live, and, well, Cats, they do find their goal after 2 KOs.
Prize Fighter was picked up by the sides of Cats, but surprisingly, not a single stack went on Waona here. Kind of unfortunate, getting 2 KOs and none of them on the guy with the Prize Fighter, but I think you still take the goal.
Yeah, we'll take the goal indeed, and now it's Ata who has to step forward and play that corner while Lila's looking a little worse for wear, and just burns the flip by Turkeen, and a good Giga Blast there by Ata to just make sure that that barrier does not fall. Now has to be careful they don't fly too close to the sun, as they do set that barrage out, and now it's in the corner a little bit dangerous. The 3-stack of Turkeen's Cats finds the second barrier, and now it's Noctilade is looking a little low, but Ata and Lila, they still have to find a way to actually get this cleared, as it's looking really tough, as Lila also goes down next, and now it just goes up to Turkeen, as Noctilade and Turkeen are just closing in, and unfortunately it just goes right through the bell ringer, the reverse shot by Yuki, and that's the second goal for Cats.
Rule number 1, never spin in own half. It's very outdated, but you love to see it. Or you hate to see it if you're a fan of Vibe.
Yeah, but what you do love to see if you're a fan of Vibe is the first kill soon to be followed by the second one, and now passed down as a bit of an awkward angle means that no barriers are still taken. It goes up to Lila, but it's playing Portal side, right? This is the strong side for Turkeen's Cats, and now it does rotate over to the bottom. This is exactly where Vibe Check want to be. Where does the flip go? Goes through, takes only one barrier, which I think Spring is very happy to have lost only one there. But that means one is traded back on the opposite side. A good Giga Blast just to clear it. And now there's the Bewitching Beam to make sure the core stays in the corner. Yuki's bringing it up in this corner. Good strikes here. Finally cleared out by Turkeen. Passed down to Lila. Good clear out by Ata to this top side. Otherwise, they do lose that set there. Good top spin. Patience out by Ata. But a spin in our own half there. And about too much time for Cats to close in.
3-0 set for the sides of Cats. Exactly what you want in this situation. Coming back strong and getting first picks around here. I do see a build diff for the Kazan, probably more size. Explosive entrance for Amy would also be really good. Kai gets team player, which is something they've been struggling with, getting the core just forward to the forward, so makes sense that we get that here. And a little bit more size for Kazan and Amy with that Among Titans pickup as well.
Yeah, but I feel like despite that, it is arguably a bit of a god draft for the side of Vibe Check. Is yes, you got the team player. Team player's pretty good, but then you also got Quick Strikes X. You also got Monumentalist on the Era. Notably, Era X is starting to scale.
It is starting to scale, however. I have yet to see a really good tornado by Lila. So I have said nothing.
Good NATO there,
That
but
was a
does
really good
mean
NATO.
that one barrier is taking a piece, and that's just really up to Yuki to see if she can dribble. Ata needs to be careful to not get a stealth checked here. Good turret to actually buy a lot of space here, as it makes things a little awkward, forcing Ata to burn that barrage. The NATO pushing it down to this bottom side, allowing Ata to get the flip, spraying position perfectly to get the save, though. And now it's Lila, pays for it with their life there. It's the second prize for to stack over to Noctilite. They just pass up to Turkeen. Good save out by Ata, cleared out by Yuki now. Bellringer missed. If that Bellringer hits, I think it actually scores.
I mean, it scores either way, just the other way around, you know?
Hey, either you're wrong or you're right. And one thing I do also want to mention is I think the hidden MVP of this game is actually the Twin Drive for the IME. As Spring has been finding so many good blinks, both forwards and backwards defensively. And can we just talk about how clean that kill was?
Beautiful kill right there. Double barrier taken as well. We do see quite the big Kazan, but surprisingly only 2 barrier stacks. I thought he was looking at more.
And now we finally see that controlled corner offense there that Era X wants to see. And yeah, it's really tough to get these corner offenses. You have to find a way to sink it into that non-portal corner. But it's so hard to have so much control when you're playing Era midfield into Aimee Estelle. And hey, as someone who likes all 3 of those characters, it's just so miserable to try that. And well, that's one way to find control. Control through kills, and yeah, that's 1, that's 2. Spring does find a save for the time being, buying a lot of time. Pass down to Yuki, and oh, there's the crooked leverage. Looking like Noctilite there, and unfortunately Spring just blinks forward. The curse of Aimee be upon ye. Blink as they shoot it right to you.
Blink and you miss it, as they say. I apologize for that one.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good there. You did blink, and unfortunately they did miss it. And now it's Turkeen who's missing a little bit of their health bar. Good evade, actually, out by Yuki, as I think she might have died to the combo out by the members of Cats there. And the flip by Ata to just buy some space, and Yuki is just running down Turkeen, using the slick kicks, or just the speed in general, to her advantage. And now they're trying to push up this top side. Good barrage out by Ata, may force the flip out by Spring. And yeah, there's the flip, counter flip out by Lila, who nearly gets the barrier, but just really well saved out by Cats.
Barrier still alive. Not so Estelle.
Yeah, on the side of Vibecheck trying to play up this bottom side. That's another KO there, and they're in a 2v3. It's no longer a 1v3 as Noctilite has respawned. But as I say that, it's back to 1v3, and it's a 1-3 scoreline in favor of Vibecheck, as they are now 1 set away from taking this series in a clean 2-0 fashion.
Are we going to see more kills? We've seen it last game. We've seen it this game a lot, but it's been kills on both sides. But
this should be, yes, the peak performance pickup here. And I actually want to see specialized, okay, extra special, but no, Deadeye also is fun. But the primetime is the smart pick. You can't really give primetime to Kazan. I just want to see more kills, more knockback. But yeah, Ata has other plans. You know, she just wants to make sure nothing goes awry. They just win this point, win this set off this next 3 points.
Just want to play safe, kind of. Want to get that. Want to get those points, and it's looking quite good, honestly. For the side of Vibe, as I say this, misposition by Ata, gets knocked out, and I do think that was the first stack, the first prize fighter stack, and having a stacked prize fighter might be a way for Cats to still have a way to win this.
Yeah, definitely indeed, and we do see that massive NATO coming through, and oh my god! Noctilite has been finding it again and again, and I mean, these are just death lasers that are coming out, as you see it's heavy impact, 3 prize fighter stacks, and Deadeye. You just have to be vigilant anytime that Noctilite has these primaries lined up towards you, and I think he has realized what his win con is.
170 power on the side of Estelle. Those lasers do hurt a lot.
Yeah, and that is 170 power without including the impact power of Heavy Impact and the range power of Deadeye. And, well, when Estelle's off the map, you don't have to worry as much about the threat, but you do have to worry about this core control as Spring and Turkeen doing a really good job at defending it. That forward duo playing in the goalie midfield position just momentarily. And now, this is a bit of a risky position, as now we are back to a 3v2 for the side of Vibe Check, as they have another shot here to score, and it's a really good pass up to Noctilite. Unfortunately, Noctilite isn't able to win that strike war thanks to the speed of Lila, and they do even it up 1-1 in set 4.
Very crucial as well. After Estelle got removed, 2 price for the stacks gone. That's 40 power as well. So those lasers, a lot less lethal again.
Yeah, definitely indeed, right? Minus 40 really sucks to have to deal with, and yeah, as you say that, the laser's maybe a little less lethal, but not less lethal enough, as they kill Ata there. And surprisingly enough, Yuki finds that demonic clear angle, and now it's a little awkward. Once again, another clear just by margins, as the damage comes through once again onto Noctilite, and now Lila also looking a little hurt as well. Noctilite staggered. Lila and Yuki just trying to look for whatever barriers they can. Good pass up by Turkeen, but now it's fed up. Oh, the laser, a bit dangerous, but this time it's dodged away by the Era. But still, they're in the corner. It's a 3-person defense out by the Cats, and the flip there out by Spring. It means that the KO is found, and the second flip means the goal is found. And yes, we're going into a 0.4 without that much energy, but they still have margins to work with.
Those margins are in fact 2 goals, or 1 that you can concede. So sadly, another death on the side of Estelle. I think that's down. Yeah, that's down to 0 price for the stacks. So something very bad from the sides of Turkeen's Cats, but they still have the offense at times, and Ata does miss flip.
Yeah, unfortunately a missed flip there, and now this NATO, I'm not sure where it's going. It is going a little bit into no man's land. Question is can Ata get this out of here? And now it's Turkeen who's looking kind of low. The orb's denied away from them. And now a good bit of damage there onto Lila. She nearly got knocked off, and now this X is so fast. Nearly finds that barrier, but they're set up in the corner exactly where they want to be. Good clear out by Spring and Turkeen. And Ata, so patient, finds the clear there. A bit of a backwards NATO there out by Lila. And now Yuki trying to play up this bottom side, a bit of an awkward angle. And now Noctilite trying to join and help. This flip out by Spring. It doesn't get a barrier there, unfortunately, for him. But this Blink and Turret combo might, and the barrier is taken. Now it's an open net. An awkward Bewitched Beam core, and it's just a pass down to Yuki. Good glitch pop out by Spring, and a good triple layered strike. And now it's up to Turkeen to see if they can find the crooked leverage. Noctilite in this midfield. There's that core. The core sinks through, but a little late on the barrage, and we're going to set 5.
Set 5. Something we haven't seen today at all, you know? But being here always means that we got to see a good game, and so far it's giving exactly that. We see a hotshot, 1-2 punch, a little bit of orbing, cast to last, all good things honestly for everyone here. So last draft is gonna be a banger as well.
Yeah, and hey, core speed, that is one way to deal with the short range of Era and Kai. Well, Spring definitely going to make sure to get full use of that. The aerial is really good. That's even more dash range now for the side of Noctilite. But notably, speed is there onto Kai, and the cooldowns are there on Era, but it's actually kind of risky as she has been dying a lot.
Everybody has been dying a lot, honestly. Looking at just the entire way the game has gone, I think both teams looking at like at least 2-digit KOs, and a lot of that honestly has always been converted, but right now I would say, just looking at the way last round played, I think I'm giving it to Cats right now. As I say this,
oh my god, and then Spring just completely styles on Ata there, fakes them out as they go for the dash forward, but they had prepped the glitch pop to kind of send it downwards.
as I say this, Turkeen gets knocked out, loses rampage stacks, but Spring just goes, hold my apple juice or something and takes that completely.
Yeah, and I mean, Spring, the monstrous performance, and now Lila taking off the map. That's a prize fighter stack for Noctilite, but the damage is coming through for Yuki. Pass up to Turkeen. The save found out by Ata. No hit stun that time. And another good save out by Yuki once again, as the turret this time comes down a little risky, as it's Noctilite who finds the rebound, and we are going to game point of game 2, this time looking Cats favored.
One more goal and they win their first game. One more goal. It's not the first series they win, but it's going to be the first goal. It's going to be the first game. They have yet to win a single game this series, and we're currently looking at exactly what we want to see, right?
Yeah, Cats are on the precipice of doing so. Question is can the execution actually be there? Its Spring is looking kind of low. First barrier found out by Yuki. They find the angle there for the second barrier as well. The NATO carries it downwards. It's Spring looking to maybe send it through the portal. No, just opts for a bit of a fake out there. And now it's Tarkeen who's taking up this top side. A bit of damage onto the Estelle and the Kazan. The Estelle is finished off now. Now it's a 3v2. Pass up from Lila to Yuki. That is 1 point up to Vibe check. And as they say, all it takes is a trickle to start a flood. It's possible for this to convert into a denial of Cats' first game. But hey, Cats aren't out of it just yet.
We were talking about the execution. I completely forget that Vibe has the axe from the execution in their team, and right there is exactly what that can entail. Still 2-1 for the sides of Cats. They're still in the better position in my opinion. So as I say this again, we see 2 KOs.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, we see 3 KOs. It's looking like a near ace at this point, and now it's Noctilite who takes the second barrier. It could just be it, folks. We could see history here for the Cats, not going 0-10 here. But now the members of Vibe Check respawn. That's 1 barrier getting its way slotted through. Second barrier not found yet, but it's Cats. They take it. No 0-20 season for them. They'll at least get their first, but they're not looking to make it over yet. They have 1 more game to go.
If you can win 1 game, you can win another. Going into game 3, that's going to be exactly what they're thinking about.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll have to see if we can get even more plays like this out of Cats. Curious to see if that's what will happen on this Clarion test chamber. And yeah, you're right. That is a lot of KOs. 18 for the side of Turkeen's Cats. And yeah, 22 for the other side, and no one had lower than 23k damage. Disturbing in terms of the numbers.
I can. This was a 40 KO game. It did feel like that as well. If you told me this would be like probably the most KO heavy game out of the entire EUSL season so far, I don't think we've seen 40 KOs so far. There have been bloody games, but usually if the games have been bloody, one team usually takes over. But this game, it just looks like complete insanity, honestly.
Hey, all I'm saying is we did have those qualifiers where I think Temple Melon got like almost 30 KOs alone, and I'm sure other people would be able to make up the numbers altogether. So, hey, that's